Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment But it's equally about how we're taking that data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking that data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking our data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking our data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking that data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking that data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking that data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking that data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really trying to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. you'll be put out of your business by somebody else that uses AI faster.
The hybrid cloud solution has helped us build that resilient environment.
Becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization has allowed us to really change the face of gaming.
HPE GreenLake has really taken the burden off of our company to provide insights that can actually change the way healthcare is delivered for moms across the world.
What we're creating here with HPE is a smart city, a data-driven environment, but it's equally about how we're taking our data and turning it into critical intelligence.
Legacy data center networks can be complex, costly to manage, and inefficient, but modernizing your data center can be easy with secure and powerful intelligent switches. Simplify your data center architecture, enhance performance, reduce costs, and extend zero trust closer to critical applications with HPE Aruba Networking. Turn data center legacy into legendary. Legacy data.
What we're really to achieve here is to modernize from edge to cloud.
We are becoming a data-driven, AI-focused organization.
This is an industrial revolution, and it's the fastest one yet. You will not be put out of your business by AI. You'll be
Very warm morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I'll request everybody who is outside to please join us, who might be grabbing a cup of tea and coffee. I know we are already energized, and I think looks like a very blissful and amazing morning. I really want everyone who is outside hearing my loudly and crisply. So please come and join us because we're commencing the show, and I want everyone to be the part of this phenomenal platform where we are exchanging knowledge and sharing ideas by our leaders out here. So once again, like flight में जाने से पहले boarding के पहले call होता है वैसे I'll request everybody, this seems to be like a last call before I start and commence the fabulous zealful day today, and this looks like a very productive one because our industry leader experts are coming all the way out here, taking time out of their busy schedule, making sure that this platform is absolutely amazing because of course lot of power packed discussions presentation have happened today, so be ready, gear it up for today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to please join us. जो थोड़ा पीछे बैठे थोड़ा आगे बैठ जाएगा तो अच्छा रहेगा. I'll request if you're just like, come in the front because what happened is there is a lot of traffic and of course suddenly rains are also have been there now. Of course it's season, but still and everybody is very well known with the Mumbai traffic. So people should, I think, join us shortly in a while. Till then, I think we should get ahead with the time that has been committed. Let's get going. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, every one of you. A very, very warm welcome to all of you. We are today vouching and promising that we are diving into the world of financial technology. Let us expect a lot of potential talks here, a lot of challenging aspects, and a lot of immense innovation that has happened over years. Let us come together, discuss together. Well, fintech is ever growing sector. Now it looks like the financial service sector from digital platform to blockchain technology and of course to the AI driven world, financial advisory and making it beyond. this is where the time comes in halt. But we have to make sure that यहाँ से हम आगे जा रहे हैं financial growth लेके and financial sector को आगे लेके. And today seems like this productive day. Well, let us understand majorly what changes are happening, what are the challenges faced by our industry leaders, and what are the strategies to deal with it. Let's get going. On the entire brief note, I will love to talk about the banking frontiers who have taken this immense initiative to make sure that all the industry leaders have come together for an expertise solutions out here. Banking Frontiers is a focused magazine for financial services targeting champions of the industry, discussing the business, products, processes, technologies that power the sector. Well, Banking Frontiers has a legacy of more than 2 decades in the area of publishing sector and has enrolled several leaders from the industry to share their insights, thought, issues, challenges, concern through this platform for the benefit and the growth of this sector for a whole. Starting with India, Banking Frontiers have also covered brands from the entire region, including Sri Lanka, Africa, Middle East, and many countries, and is, I think, strongly, diligently expanding into these regions. And let's talk about Technoviti, the 10th edition of this Conclave and Awards 2024 presents a platform to all the industry leaders, to big players, to decision makers, to celebrate and explore the trailblazing technological advancements that have been transforming the banking sector, financial sectors, and of course, insurance, BFSI as a whole. We champion, and I think the inclusion of innovation, fostering collaboration between established technology partners. Today, we have fintech startups and tech giants. This is the opportunity that drives cross pollination of ideas, propels the BFSI landscape in a ready to thrive for the future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the financial sector is definitely experiencing a huge driven by the technological advance. All know we talk about AI, and 82% of the bank are increasing their investment in artificial intelligence, recognizing nowadays its potential to customer experience. And of course, we all talk about one thing on prior, which is operational efficiency, which is, of course, major rule back, customer centric ASI space. Let me just brief you about Finnoviti, the 13th Finnoviti Conclave Awards 2024. It is hosting, premiering, gathering, and totally designed to empower financial institutions in navigating this dynamic sector and the landscape. Well, Gartner definitely has predicted that 60% of financial institutions will now shift or probably adopt AI-powered financial inclusion solutions by 2025. Now, this looks like a solid, right? Highlighting definitely the crucial role that technological advancement has to play. Well, let's get going now. Today, all the industry leaders, policymakers, champions from BFSI sector are here to make their way for an unparalleled discussions, leading and networking, and of course, for the trailblazing and power pack panel happening right here. Well, thank you, everybody. And on that note, for all the people who have come here out of their absolutely busy schedule and downpour of completely the rain showering it, can we have a hugest round to start with? Come on, everyone. Come on. And as we get going today, I want to hear it back from you because I'm very, right now in a very energetic mode, and I hope the power pack sessions out there are always making me the more zealful and zestful. So once I say you good morning, I want everybody to be a little zealful and get a good morning from you, all of you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Lovely. But I think can we have a little more good morning because we already have tea and coffee, right? So one more little louder one. Okay. Good morning, everybody. अरे, अभी तो और धीरे हो गया मैंने थोड़ा जोर से बोला था but anyways we'll be joining by our all industry champions shortly because we all know about the traffic. Let's not discuss about the traffic. That is not a point out here. We are here to discuss the landscape, the larger dynamic and robust landscape of BFSI sector. And To open this on a very, very official note, I shall, of course, go ahead and call upon one and only one person who is extremely dynamic. All, I think he needs no introduction, but we love to introduce him. He's the founder and editor, started the magazine 22 years before. He loves to organize such platform for all the BFSI leaders where everybody is sharing the knowledge, valuable insight. Discussion is happening. Valued discussion means more futuristic approach towards the BFSI sector in the large. And hence, let us welcome with a hugest round of applause Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Group Editor, Banking Frontiers. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? I'll request him for a welcome address, and then let's get going for a very zealful day today.
So much. Good morning, everyone. We're starting a bit late, thanks to the weather god. So I think all conference organizers have to be cognizant of his Murphy's law. But I'm thankful to all of you who are present here today, who have made it, and I really hope that more and more people who are on the way join us as soon as possible. So we are here at Technoviti 2024. Technoviti is about technology and innovation going hand in hand. Uh, the best way to describe innovation is, I think, the word out of box thinking that literally conveys what innovation is. And obviously, the more you are outside the box, the more innovative you will be. But I also think there is a lot of value in thinking within the box, especially thinking deep within the box. And that, when you do that, that's where you find wisdom. So I'm going to do a little bit of both today and inside the box and jump outside the box. Let me give you a couple of quotes on innovation which I found deep, okay, and which could be seen as some kind of wisdom. Okay, here's one. The best innovators are those who procrastinate moderately. They are in the Goldilocks zone of innovation. Those who procrastinate a lot are lazy and have no time left for creativity. Those who rush to do things also have no time for creativity. So that's the paradox. It is moderate procrastination which gives time for conscious and subconscious brain to ponder over the issue. So whatever is the challenge or problem that you're trying to solve, don't rush through it. Don't take it too slow. The opportunity may pass. Someone else may solve the problem. It's not that you and your team are the only people. So I thought that was one interesting piece of wisdom about innovation that I could share. Let me share one more. This one is from Rita McGrath. She's a professor of management at Columbia Business School. And her advice is convert residual customers to mainstream customers through product innovation or business model innovation. Something not very outstanding or out of the world. This has become very common. And especially fintechs are the ones who are really doing this. They're converting people who are not into the financial services, who are at the fringe of financial services, who don't have smartphones, maybe they're using feature phones, maybe they're going to a cyber cafe and doing things. So that's where she suggests that tapping them through innovation. So after giving you a bit of wisdom inside the box, let's step outside the box because that's what we are about here. And that's where there's more fun, there is more interesting outcome. So rather than giving you some monologue, I'm going to try and make it interactive. So let's say if we do a quiz, I say quiz question, and let's see how you guys feel about yourself, about your ability to think outside the box. Because you're the cream of the industry. If you're attending a conference on innovation, then especially when it comes to innovation, you're supposed to be the cream of the industry. So let's try a few questions and see how much we can step outside the box. Okay? First question. How can you encrypt your password without encrypting it? How can you encrypt your password without encrypting it so that no one can see it? Anyone? Any guess? Okay, let me give you my answer. What if you make your password all asterisks, all stars? When you type it in, it will appear as asterisks. No one will be able to figure out what you have typed in. Uh, it's an old trick, right? Forget password. Okay, one more. Again on password. We have our chief guest is from the field of cybersecurity. That's why I'm deliberately starting uh, with this. Our chief guest for Finnoviti. What is the hardest password to break? Again, think outside the box, please. Don't think within the box. The answer is not within the box. What is the hardest password to break? The clue is in the question itself. Hardest. Huh? No, no, no. That's the easiest to break, maybe. Hardest. What is hardest? Write it on metal or harder. What is harder than metal? Diamond. So if you think outside the box, diamond is the hardest password to break. Okay? Chalo, one more, two, three more samples. What is one book that you simply cannot put down? You just cannot put it down. What kind of book is that? Huh? Balloon. Sorry, can we have the mics here, please? Can someone come here with the mics?
It's the loan book.
What book? Loan book. Okay. Interesting. Close. Facebook. Okay. That's also good. So my answer is, and there is no one right answer in this. So my answer is a book on anti-gravity. It just won't go down. It will keep going up because the anti-gravity effect. Thinking outside the box. How do you know for sure that generative AI is hallucinating? What does generative AI say that will ensure that it's hallucinating? That will tell you for sure. ये तो hallucination है. Think outside the box. Anyone? You use generative AI, right? And you've seen it hallucinate. What if generative AI asks you to prove that you are a robot? Prove that you are a robot. Does that sound like hallucination? Or is any of you a robot here? Anyone? है कोई robot? Not yet. I don't think Banking Frontiers invites robots to the conference. Next year we might. Let's see. Last question. AI. AI is a hot topic, right? What is the language that ChatGPT does not understand? ChatGPT or any other Gemini or generative AI. Which language does AI not understand? Come on, outside box. Someone behind. Which language? You know which language it understands, right? English, Hindi, French, Spanish, English. Maybe it understands English. I don't know. I haven't tried it. But the language, huh? Sign language. Okay. I think that could be right. Yeah, that's good one. Any other answer? My out of box says it doesn't understand the language of silence. Human beings understand the language of silence. As far as I know, all these chat GPT. So those are examples of outside the box thinking. We should do more of that. Uh, Partly it helps us being creative. And the second benefit is obviously this is fun. This is enjoyable, right? So let's move on now. I would like to request my colleague, Mr. Babu Nair, who's actually abroad, to give his welcome address to the audience. Then we'll proceed with the program. Console team, go ahead. Thank you very much. I hope you like the quiz kind of questions. You can do
Very good morning to all
more
of
of it.
you. Welcome to this vibrant, inspiring, and really electrifying atmosphere of Technoviti and Finnoviti Awards 2024. Friends, we have been doing this great carnival since 2012, and it is really a great pleasure to have each one of you contribute your part, share your nominations, come with us for the panel discussions, and create better and inspiring future for the financial services sector. We are really very happy and fortunate that we have all of you together with us, and together we will build a great financial services ecosystem. Refresh from all the elections and all the political stories that have been happening in the country. Today, we are once again on the economy is on the growth upswing, and so is the technology. We have really had the privilege of seeing what AI can do for all of us and what kind of innovations are a possibility. And this is really depicted in all those interesting conversations, all those interesting nominations that we have had from all of you for the Technoviti and Finnoviti Awards in 2024. It has really been a tough choice to judge the best, but let me tell you, we are in for some wonderful innovations. It need not always be out of the box innovation. It can also be an existing innovation, very well executed, and at the same time showing a deep result in the organization, in the community, and to the customers. Friends, I could not personally make it to Technoviti and Finnoviti 2024 in spite of trying the best of my efforts to be there amongst all of you. But my good wishes are there with each one of you, and I would personally like to connect with as many as possible through online and learn from each one of you. We would continue this dialogue together, and our teams at Banking Frontiers, led by Mr. Manoj Agarwal, who is our editor as well as our co-founder, has been there with each one of you to make this a great success. We are going global, and we have launched Financial Technology Frontiers, which is our global vehicle. I am currently in North America trying to expand that the realms of banking frontiers to the global market. Any one of you who is interested in expanding into North America or to Asia or to Middle East, we now have a great vehicle. Let us join together and try to see how we can take forward the Make in India concept to newer heights. Thank you very much, friends. Have a great conference and look forward to interact with each one of you. And we wish you all the best and all the great networking at Technoviti Innovity 2024. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. Can we have a huge round of applause? lot of expertise and experience out here, but also networking opportunities to each one of you. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure that somebody, an industry expert and a leader, have joined us today. And let me just introduce him. He has played a very instrumental role in the implementation of biometric-based digital identity Aadhaar project in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Daman, and Diu and Goa. He has also been a guiding force for designing the solutions, the convenient delivery of services using Aadhaar portal. He was in various committee to look into the strengthening of Aadhaar enrollment process, at the same time revisiting the regulations and automation process, and of course updating and enrolling it in a very vast landscape. Let us now welcome the leader and expertise out here, Sumnesh Joshi, Deputy Director General, Minister of Communications, Government of India. एक बार जरा जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. And it's a very great thing that you have come here, sir. And his interaction I have also personally seen, and I've also witnessed him talking about how detailedly you made sure that Aadhaar actually reaches the larger landscape, just not in Maharashtra, but Goa, Daman, Diu, and various aspects of this, even two-tier, three-tier cities, and he has played a significant role in doing that. I think we can have a huge round of applause for your expertise in that. And let us now learn how we can do that. I mean, that entire thing, strategies and the challenges, how we can output it. Let us learn from that. But before going ahead with that, I'll request Mr. Manoj Agarwal to please join us on stage to participate in our GPS. Can we have a huge round of applause for both of them? And an amazing thing it is because today, as we start on a very knowledgeable aspect, it's very important to learn and unlearn certain things. And of course, when technology meets BFSI sector industry, there is a robust growth that we all want to witness. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Joshi?
So very good morning to everyone. Now, house is getting full because of rain. Maybe many are on the way to join. And first of all, I would like to thank Banking Frontier inviting me here to share my thoughts. See, really, I feel uh, very happy when I'm amidst of all the stalwarts of the BFSI sector. Maybe I'm a communication person, but working in the digital identity, API, and communication, and closely with all the fintech stalwarts. So sometimes I also think that I am also a banker or in a BFSI institute. Of course, I am a part of the BFSI sector in a way. So in July 22, an honorable Prime Minister has defined that the next 10 years is a decade. And we are seeing that the pace at which we are moving forward. We are just seeing how the things are changing in our country. A very fast pace. It's not a slow pace, very fast pace. We have seen, if we just look at last 10 years, we can see lots of things we have seen. Robust digital ecosystem has been created because we want to deliver the service in a paperless manner, cashless manner, and reap the benefit of the true power of the Gem Trinity, Jandan, Aadhaar, and And I'm fortunate that I worked with UI since inception. And we have seen a great change in our system. In the Sustainable Development Goal defined by United Nations, there are 8 goals where this financial inclusion is having the prominent space. Without that financial inclusion, it's difficult to achieve those SDGs, whether to uh, reduce the digital divide or eradicate the hunger, poverty, etc. All and sustainable development. So this robust system We started with, of course, Aadhaar, 1.4 billion digital identity that we have given. Nowhere in the world, anyone is given called a legal identity, which can be verified online anytime. And then next is bank accounts. Now, everyone is having the bank account. Initially, when Aadhaar was not there, in the absence of the KYC, bank accounts were not able to get opened. But now the second foundation, so Aadhaar is one foundation, another core and foundation is the bank account. So bank accounts are there for everyone. The street vendor or the hawker or a Nimilwala, everyone is having a bank account. And because of this bank account, the direct benefit transfers are happening. So this is one part of the story. I will not go into the detail of that. Then what more we require in the ecosystem is the connectivity. Of course, the applications are there, identity is there, bank account is there, but how to serve the people in the remote land or even anywhere. So we require a robust ecosystem to provide the connectivity. And we have good network of mobile. Almost everywhere 4G is there. In the 5G also, in October 2022, when Honorable Prime Minister launched this 5G, and we are the one of the country who has rolled out fastest 5G in our country. And with the 5G or 4G, again, Honorable Prime Minister's vision is to ensure the high-speed connectivity in the villages also, where no coverage, or maybe the 2G. There are 26,000 odd villages. There also, Government of India working with Make in India technology in the 4G. So that by this year end is going to be achieve all those villages the connectivity. And 200 lakh, around 2 lakh plus gram panchayats are having the optical fibers, and for remaining also under net phase 3, this connectivity piece is because the connectivity is very, very important piece in the digital ecosystem. Just like when we start any industry, what we want that okay, roads are there, all other infrastructure, but now this is again core requirement that digital highway should be there because without connectivity we can't even not only services, even the manufacturing industry also require the connectivity because we need to control everything real time online the network operating centers. So we require high speed connectivity. So connectivity is again is a fundamental requirement to start any service or the manufacturing. And then another piece in this digital ecosystem is how to consume the services and how to provide the service. We require a last mile device, maybe any electronic device that we call a point of sale device or point of service device, point of presence device. But right now, the mobile and these devices are become synonym. Android based or iOS based, all these devices are working. But we want this to be affordable. Not that only 40,000, 50,000 phone one can use. So what we want the smartphone should be available the affordable price at around 5,000 rupees. Now it is available in our country because last 10 years, 270 plus companies have started manufacturing mobile here. Earlier, 98% mobile phones were imported. Now, 99.2% phones we are using Make in India. So that's a great achievement. And so the entire ecosystem. So now, last mile device is available, connectivity is available, identity is available, then your bank accounts are available. So all these are the core things. Now we have to innovate. What Manoj just said that out of box thinking. So now, see, all ingredients are there. Now we have to create a dish, a tasty dish, healthy dish, full of nutrition. So everyone can like it, right, and enjoy. So this is, a task the industry has that how to innovate and come out with different financial products. So, of course, the next session we will discuss. We are going to witness the discussion of the digital public good infrastructure. So that's again uh, Aadhaar, then UPI, then account aggregator, and the Bhashni, the e-sign, DigiLockers, all these things that maybe how to integrate. So we will have more details. We are the eminent speakers on the DPI because DPI has shown because it's a word in the G20 summit also we have showcased how DPI is working and delivering the services in a very seamless manner and convenient manner. Right. Objective is how to make an application for taking a service for benefit. Now, using the DPI, the data is with us. Now, government is reaching toward the citizen. Why one should apply for a service? If I know, okay, this is a farmer having this much of the land, this is from this caste, this from geography, all these things are having. So, for what someone is waiting, so the service will be delivered. So, it's a proactive approach. The power of GEM, we have to, see. And what is happening in this when we have become digital and we are seeing the UPI transaction, 13 billion transaction, more than 13 billion in a month. It's a mind-boggling. You know, still, many countries are after us. How you have done it at such a huge scale? Because even in the US, you will not find these type of things. Because one of the conference when I shared this thing, simply uh, said that we are not having the infrastructure like this with this master visa card and you know, this mobile, transaction the way we are 5 rupees and 10 rupees low ticket. And what we are seeing the ecosystem, people are not even accepting the cash also. There are, even some restaurants and something, no, we allow only the customer who can pay using the UPI, no cash business. This is how we have marched towards this digital economy. So one good part when everything is coming digital. So information-based learning has started now. Yes, of course, it has to go a long way, but now many startups and companies are using that data, the way they are transacting and the details are coming, okay, this person or the vegetable hawker, every day the revenue is and they are earning maybe 4,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees. So maybe 50,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees loan can be given based on that information and some other parameters. So now products are coming. Now we have to think that how we can use whatever the data available with us, using the API approach. Now many algorithms, AI/ML, right? So that one has to think and use and how we can provide the quick service. Already RBI Innovation Hub has launched public tech credit frictionless credit system that is integrated with the civil and the farmers data and the Bhashni and so all these things they have integrated. Now it's a high time that one can use those type of public good infrastructure and create the loan product so we can give the loan in a minute instead of 7 days or 15 days. So that is our objective. Right? Uh, when we talk about the AI ML, so what artificial intelligence? It's that we are training the machine. So how we are training the machine? We are giving the so much the machine. So the worry is that when we are working on these type of model, one has to ensure the quality of the data. It has to be from the trusted source. Otherwise, simply the garbage in, garbage out. It's a very critical piece. We are just going after all this technology, but one has to be very cautious that which data you are using to train the machine. Right, that is very very important piece. So if we give the good data, validated data, then the machine will give the good result because they can deliver the result what type of training you are giving, what type of data you are giving, and with the AI ML and lots of data uh, is there, you are consuming or you are processing the data. Security and privacy, these two aspects one has to look into. It's very very important that the data security one has to work because right now we are witnessing a surge in the fraudulent activities, number of unsolicited call and phishing messages are coming, linking. So all these, cyber frauds are increasing. So one has to look into that why. So we have to just nail at the root cause. We have to find out. We have to crunch the data from where. So we have to safeguard. See, one way entity can say that this person has given the OTP. What should I do? It's not my fault. But no, we have to think. When we are in a world of technology, see, I can say probably no, my product is such a manner, no one can, make you fraud. Right? There are enough number of authentications are available. So one has to think from that perspective. Not that everything because it's a country where many people. And here the definition of financial illiterate is not that someone can do the mathematics. Even so-called PhD also financially illiterate, I can say because they themselves are not aware that what to do. So that's again a task that how to educate all the customers and make them aware that what to do, what to not to do. But apart from that, using this technology, I think there's a need of the hour again out of us thinking that we should make our product robust enough that can withstand all these fraudulent activities, and we can give the assurance to the customer that please go use my product. Nothing is going to be harmed. No one can, Jamtara people can make you the fool, even if you share the password inadvertently. So this is how one has to think. Then next thing is happening in the ecosystem is 5G and the Internet of Things. This again, the new area, and we are going to witness lots of things. So industry is working how to use the Internet of Things. So of course, in the financial sectors, great use of IoTs, right? Maybe to access the risk of a particular geography or a particular area, right? Or what risk associated when we give the loan to a particular crop in a particular area to the farmers. That data in the real time can use the data imaging coming from the drone, etc. Then again, on the ATM, you have the CCTV. Bank branches, you have the CCTV. You analyze the data, find out how many customers are coming, what type of customers coming, happy, sad. All these things, on which counter they are spending more time, what type of product. So, and then using the AR and VR also, you can make the visit of the customer more, immersive in the bank branch. And it's not that he's asking someone, okay, that person is on leave, now you have to come again. The financial expert today is on leave, so maybe after. So all these things happen, but with the state of art bank branch using the AR, VR, so maybe we can provide the service, right? Maybe at the branch or maybe at the home or in the assisted mode. So that sort of thing we have to think that how we can use this power of the 5G in the coming time, because it's a latency, no latency almost, very and almost real time communication. Because in the financial sector, the moment there's a delay, right? And especially in the share market or stock market, so one can design tools, right? Okay, loan for maybe 15 minutes, maybe those type of device, something can happen. Okay, I want just for 15 minutes loan, I will pay, right? So instantly loan is approved, and then after 15 minutes I consume, and then I will pay. So many things you can think using the technologies and how IoT, uh, and now Internet of Things again. Agriculture, lots of use of IoT devices to increase the productivity of the farmers. Now, sometimes we think that how banks are related, financial institutions are related with those farmers or the agriculture thing. But no, we have to think. You are providing a loan to the farmer. What do you think? That, okay, you will earn something, he will pay the loan in time. And if his income is increased, so of course, it's because your bank account income is increasing, you're assisting using your business correspondence or your bank branches or your officers, that how IoTs can be used to increase the productivity or testing or commercial testing or what type of percentage required. So you can handle from the banking perspectives. See, as on date, also the banking industry is doing when they approach the big client, especially the government, that please give me the float, I will make the IT system free for you. Why you are doing? You want the business. So similarly, here also you can help using those state-of-art technology that farmer can't use IoT. So you can assist them and increase the productivity. Ultimately, the economy will boom, and you will also get. Then you will repay. Then again, it's a win-win situation for everyone. So idea is that uh, we have to use the available uh, resources in our ecosystem. For example, open network digital payment, ONDC has also come. And ONDC, I don't know now, again, next, boom after UPI, very soon you will see where we can onboard many sellers, maybe the artisan or maybe the homemaker, one can sell anything, maybe the uh, low ticket transactions also. So if you are opening an account for a person, if you onboard that person on the ONDC, because they are not, they don't know how to, get onboarded on the ONDC, but if you can help them, bank account is with you, you onboard, he starts selling, right, in a very easy manner because he simply just published the product. So whatever the earning is coming, which bank account is coming, it's coming in your bank account only. And then further different products. So what I request the ecosystem partners that it's not only the opening of the bank account. No, opening of the account is not a financial inclusion. It is done. It's the core. Now we have to think out of the box other products also, whether it's a mutual fund. Now mutual fund again, it's a huge scope, huge market in our country. Why only some literate people or maybe who are getting the assistance can investing in the mutual fund and getting 15% or 20% return? Right? Many people in our country having maybe 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 per month income, but they are not able to invest it. So using all this AI ML technology and all the data crunching, maybe even someone is having a good amount of money, but they don't know where to invest. So you can say, okay, for last 6 months, you are going to this much of surplus, you invest in this. After say maybe 8 months, you require a loan. So see, all this data is coming. So one has to go into the detail. But mind it, all these things, whatever you're designing, the privacy should be respected. So the DPDP Act already passed. Very soon it is going to be implemented. So we have to be very, very cautious when we use the data. Consent-driven architecture should be in place. So that we have to start. So of course, in fintech industry, what I have seen, it's almost people are going, but still we have to look into from that perspective that whatever data we are collecting or using and getting the intelligence from there, maybe for the benefit of the consumer, but we have to take the consent of that consumer. So and then cyber fraud, I already uh, touched. So there are many incidents are happening. Data leak is really, really a cause of concern. So one has to look into because data is getting leaked in number of places. We are just leaving our footprint. I ordered something for 500 rupees, trusted website. Right? It is supposed to become in the 24 hours or 48 hours, but something is delivered immediately because data is leaked. I don't know what is there in the parcel. So I just think that yes, I have ordered, something has come, but somebody else has spent the same 700 rupees amount and there's some garbage. And you are getting the messages that you are supposed to receive a parcel from the India Post. We attempted twice or thrice. You are not available. If you want to reschedule, please click it. And then actually you are expecting something. So the other side is it's a game. So we have to be proactively use all those tools and how we can curb all these things. So data should not leak because this is simple examples I have given. But in the banking industry, we have heard sometimes data breaches, but that we have to put a almost full stop, complete full stop on the data and have only minimum data in the system. So, lastly, I would like to simply say that mobile is a last mile device we are using, and if mobile is lost, you are nowhere, right? Because it's again an instrument from which you are doing a lot of activities. So, for that, Ministry of Communication has already launched Sanchar Sarthi portal. You can complain about the lost mobile and get the mobile blocked immediately. And any fraudulent calls, suspected call you are getting, any message you are going, that also you can report. So with the feedback of your customers, so what I request on industry to educate on this to your customers, so data will come and further we can take some preventive steps. And training is of course is very important for the ecosystem partners, for our all the employees, etc. Right? So that is again one has to work. And lastly, the consumer is the king. So we should have very robust system to take the feedback and to resolve the grievances. Because this is really a pain area where sometimes someone is stuck for 7 days, 10 days, 15 days, just the mails are getting exchanged and then everything on the stack. And the brand name is also on the stack and people are not getting satisfied. So that we have to look into. So I wish all the best for this conference. And thank you very much again to organizer for inviting me here. Thanks a lot.
Well, actually, I was zealful of round of applause. Thank you for navigating and guiding us throughout. I'll request Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Group Editor, Banking Frontier, to please do the honors of felicitating our chief guest, Sunesh Joshi, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Communications, Government of India. Well, it was amazing, sir. Thank you for guiding us on all the aspects, right from security to even world we are in, and to the challenges that you have faced. And of course, let us understand that you set the context very nicely. At the same time, I like to understand, and I think you are the best dressed right now. I really loved your attire. And can we have a hugest round of applause for him? Simply amazingly dressed. Really nice to see you. See you again. Thank you so much. I will agree with it. It's out of box thinking now. So basically, out of box thinking starts from here itself, right? From the way we look and start in vessel.
We chose a very right guest out of box thing. I also appreciate two things in what you said. You gave a details of fraud prevention and 5G and IoT and all those. Those are the basic elements. But you repeatedly emphasized out of box. And another thing I heard from you is that the industry has to think out of box, not just the individual organizations. I think that's powerful. That's something where India, if you collaborate, we have 140 crore people, which no other country has that kind of capability. If we can create collaboration on that scale, I think that can be very, very powerful. And I think that's the opportunity for India. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Can I present you with a small
Surely,
token?
surely. And one more, I think, out of box thinking that he assured is also consumers. The end consumers also need to be aware because we see a lot of sector, even financially educated. And we have a huge round of applause for him. And there comes the awareness. And thank you so much for making us aware. And it's great to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, let's get going now. The next keynote address will great, having everybody out here. We're talking so many topics out here, but from UPI, which is unified, the first payment to Aadhaar and beyond, I think India is setting a global benchmark, leveraging technology to create the robust and dynamism in the financial ecosystem, or you can say the landscape. Well, digital public infrastructure is significantly changing in driving financial inclusion, enhancing efficiency of financial services, and many more. And of course, fostering innovations, not to miss that. But let's get into more, highlight on this topic. I'll call upon another industry leader out here who will talk about future finance in India with digital public infrastructure by Purna Lohar, CEO Blockstack. Can we have you all say a huge round of applause? We're really looking to understand that how the future of finance industry and landscape is going to change when, of course, DPI, digital public infrastructure, begins.
Hello. So very good morning. I think thanks to Mr. for giving such a guideline around how technology can be utilized, how the role of a DPI, as well as we need to take care of a customer. While we see too much of adoption of digital, we need to really take care of other angles like cybersecurity. So we'll touch upon, I'll not touch upon the numbers, how many transactions are happening, but we'll touch upon digital public infra, how a DPI can make any country a very good economy. India is one of them, but there are many other countries who are still striving for a good digital public infra. Best practice around DPI and how DPI is really changing the finance the way we have seen. last 10 years, maybe formation of NPCI and adoption of Aadhaar, what all things RBI is doing, and here onwards, which are those business models we should really look at as a part of a future of finance. And I'll touch upon, while there are subset like AI, blockchain, cloud, big data we talk about, I'll talk about how blockchain is going to change some of those financial models about. So I think what we have seen in the Indian context, almost we are 1.4 billion people, but we can see that almost 1 billion mobile connections and around 800 million internet users. And if you look at village and city also, it is almost a good proportion. While it was not there in early 2016 when Geo came in, we could see even the opportunity of a male, female. I think it's a good equivalent adoption of internet we can see. While we have a variety of versatility around languages, we have seen many more DPS coming into our life. Prominent DPS, we always talk about UIDI, Aadhaar, and followed by UPI. But there are many more others who are touching many other industries. I would say each and every industry is coming up with DPS. I think during COVID, we have seen adoption of COVID, where I think we needed to have the COVID passport, right? So I think that was a huge adoption. Again, it was backed by, in some of the states, backed by blockchain. I think we'll talk about how future finance is going to change. That's about me. So I think last Monday I was in this company called Bosch, and I was so happy when I was doing a keynote address how a company should change because of upcoming technologies. While I was talking about Bosch, I could, and as an address, I said that even if I see one unicorn company in Bosch, as Bosch has an internal as well as external startup adoption, and I feel so happy. And when I was doing a roundup in the Bosch the carnival of all the startups, this was a company I saw, and this was the company who were building a digital twinning on a logistics system. Imagine every car, every vehicle in India across the world has a Bosch component. And what they are doing, they are sensing the data, how the car is behaving, what is the driving pattern, what is the car's driver's behavior all about, and on top of which they are creating this kind of data governance, which is the next way to look at it. And as well as they are look at how they can really do the shortest path, or how do really they can have a good analytics around the logistics system. So I think that's the one. I think this company started maybe a couple of years back. That's a Series B funded internal startup. I think that's the norm. We will see everything will go on a platform. This is one of those examples. And in this presentation, in the next 15, 20 minutes, I'll touch upon all these areas, what's happening, current trend, how the India is looking at the DPI, and why DPI is required as a global scale. Why do we really need to address those 17 sustainable goals? And what is meant by DPI? And I'll talk about how banking is adopting, what are those new things we have seen in banking, and how do we really see, how do we adopt many more upcoming models, maybe CBDC or tokenization, so on and so forth. I think going back in early 19th years, this was something available on the roads. And maybe if I ask some of you, okay, let's go to Borivali in this free of cost, actually you will say, I think the behavior has changed. We want in a momentum, right? We want to do everything on the spot. We want to have a speed. I think transport logistics plays a major role. I think this is what we see now. Metros and lot of railroads. I think last 10 years we have seen how government of India has built a huge network of roads and railways and the metros and so on and so forth. Why this is happening? Because in need of an ecosystem. Need of ecosystem. That's why we come up with a lot of industry revolutions. Early three revolutions were typically part of a governments, corporates, and it took 300 years, right? To every 100 years we have seen some kind of IR came into picture. But last, after 19, we have seen how digital or internet has really picked up. And within 20-25 years, we have seen lot many adoption of many more things. I think it's all about empowering people. How do we take care of the people? And as Sir said, like how it is really happening. The way I think you must have seen PC's era, right? I had one PC with 211 MB hard disk. Look that where we have reached. Right? We have reached maybe that Web 2 era, typically called as a mobile apps and cloud, and it's all backed by communication. 1G has become now 5G, and today government is talking about the 6G. So that's how the traction. And why I'm showcasing this slide, based upon the transition in the communication, customer behavior has changed. Right? If you see, I used to go to the bank branch back in 1G. I'm kid to visit, know my balance, do the fund transfer, go back home. But I think the way millennial customers are coming, which are glued with the mobile and all, they will say, once upon a time, we have seen a bank branch. unless some demonetization will come and some kind of a norms we have to follow. But that's how where we are at Web 2, and slowly, industry is moving on Web 3. It makes sense for banks and government also how they are adopting AI, blockchain. Why AI is now becoming general or normal technology since Gen AI came into our picture. So I think since 91, when I talk about new old internet, the rise of new internet, where we have seen how NVIDIA has become a brand of a competition. Right? I think what we have seen in the last 20, 25 years, many more path-breaking ecosystems we have seen. And most of these ecosystems were some of those industry changing ecosystem. Some of them are Apple or smartphone went into 2008, or when you look at some of the PCs, like 95% computer came into our picture. And since last 2016, where I think if you go as an Indian to any other country in some conference, Singapore Film Festival, or any, and if you're confident, they will talk about some of the things. They will talk about how UPI is doing, and that's what the story is now. Why we are happy with the UPI. I think we need to look upon what all more use cases we can build on top of it. I think going back, innovation index is something given by WIPO every year. So innovation index, maybe last 5, 6 years, Switzerland is leading, followed by Sweden and all of that. And when you talk about innovation index, is typically backed by many parameters. How is the education in that country? How are the roads? How is the ICT? How are we taking care of healthcare? How are we taking care of jobs and all? But these are the two parameters. How are you doing financially? How are you utilizing technology to really take care of your citizens out there? So looking at that angle, and when we look at where the world is, you talk any company, any government, they are working on only these 8 areas: taking care of customers, taking care of data, evaluation of a companies you take companies. You can start correlating your company itself to that. Connected workforce after COVID, we talk about trust, cybersecurity, data, DPDP, and all of that. And two most important part, ESG, which is going to be another wave after data or after cybersecurity. Every company will have a norm. Every transaction, every employee will be mapped with the ESG score. And last but not least, how everything can be built on a platform. So when we talk about this globally, in Indian context, where we are 1.4 billion people, we spoke about how many connections we have. We have such a cheaper internet connections and so on and so forth. India is one of the forefront of utilizing internet. Look at these numbers. These are the numbers in millions: WhatsApp, Google, Snapchat, YouTube, Insta, or Facebook. And when you look at innovation index, we are at 40. And good to say that in last 5, 6 years, we have moved from 85 to 40. And when I say how are we moving, because of those parameters where banking as well as how are you utilizing the technology within a country can be used. In the same speed, China has become top 10. When we were around 80 and China was around 70. So China being they are utilizing AI or blockchain, they have around 500 plus use cases, which are powered, governed on a renewable energy. So that's the norm we will see. I think while we are so happy with more deep we are doing, how we will move on under 10 or under 20. So this could be the one of those areas. When you talk about these areas, so digital inclusion, cyber security or sustainability, community infra, having the right identity, smart cities, and consumer empowerment, it's all about digital public infra. And good to see that we are doing very well in that space. And we know Nandanji how he has done a path-breaking exercise or with UIDA coming to picture after 2010. And and we have seen apart from UIDA, we have paperless, cashless, consent layer which is coming up. And UPI is something which is a path-breaking story you talk about, and I think account aggregator will be another story provided we have a very good business model. And at the same time, OK and ONDC. I think if you look at adoption is a huge adoption we have seen of Aadhaar or CoWIN or DigiLocker. I think DigiLocker is something norm now for all the students to see their mark list, and even DigiLocker is bringing a path-breaking technology like blockchain. Furthermore, if you see apart from financial DPIs, these DPIs, there are many more DPIs on education. We have future skills for logistics. I'm talking about FASTag, or you talk about agriculture, and then we have education, SWAYAM, healthcare, financial services, many more. And I think these DPIs are creating many more powerful business models. And if you remove DPIs in our life, I think we'll have to see how are we really disrupting our or disturbing our business model. So I think while we talk about DPI, it's a huge adoption is happening at banking, fintech, ONDC. We spoke. I think a lot of adoption is happening, and I think and the many more business models are zero without UPI or Aadhaar. That's how we have seen. While we say that is the India momentum, why do we need DPI? When we talk about why do we need DPI, it's all about 17 sustainable goals, which is output of a UN's meeting in 2015 Paris Agreement, where we want to reach by 2030 all these 17 sustainable goals. But looking at the speed where we have reached 2024 and still need to be done a lot of things. So on that angle, UN and many more other countries say if we adopt right DPIs, typically the DPIs, when we look at their benefits for a public good, they are called as the DPGs, digital public goods. And typically we have logos like NPCI, OTN, OLDC, and many more other PLCs, they are working around it. If you look at some of the financial inclusion, how can we do it with the UPI? There are many more other business models like how do we take care of water? So that also platforms are now coming. How do we really see how much water is going to come in India in the next 5 years? Or how much is the sustainability of this whole building considering the how much water is going to come? Where all we can put those hydraulic plants? I think a lot of things are happening to mitigate the sustainable development goals. This is just a definition of DPI, and the DPI or of this definition first of all is given by UNDP. UNDP is driving this momentum, and I think under a G20 where we say we had given a DPI framework to the world, right? At least for a G20 countries, and that was our collaboration with the UNDP along with the METI under a Sherpa track. I think that's the huge momentum as a India momentum we have given to the world, and the DPI one of those facilities that it should be transferable to other countries. That's how the protocols we have built. So when you talk about need of sustainable development goal, what is DPI is all about? DPI is all about how individual business and government will benefit out of that infrastructure. And primarily, it's all about identity. Good to say that we are blessed with a very good identity ecosystem. There are many countries they still to have a railroads. I would say almost 1 billion people do not have a so-called identity, followed by almost 1.4 billion people don't have a bank account. And third, how do we exchange the data? And if you correlate these three things, identity, payment, and data exchange with our India stack, you will find the answer. We are on that track. We have a identity with UIDI, payments, we have APS, UPIs, data exchange, account aggregator, ONDCs, and so forth. So I think with all that, I think how DPI works, it should be free to use, open to all, no ownership issues, helping everyone 24. That's a standard definition. And but based upon business model, we'll always come up with some kind of it may not be free to all, but 24/7 availability, and it should keep growing. While we have seen Aadhaar 2010 today, Aadhaar has gone with 2.0, 2.5, many more other improvements altogether. So still there are a lot of challenges in DPI. Privacy concerns, like there are other infrastructure, digital literacy, having communication lines, or concerns about security and universal rural location. But I think the way we have seen a lot of projects done by the government of India, like BharatNet and digital literacy program with digital melas, I think we will surpass all of these challenges. But for a better DPI, we need to look at does one DPI talk to other DPI? Interoperability. Do we have that kind of standards available? We may not. Talk about next one is like reusable components. Do we have that? Then diverse inclusive innovation by the ecosystems, and do we have that right auditing, monitoring, or a decentralized mechanism federated, and security by privacy? When you look at some of these factors of a DPI, we always incline towards how can we utilize a decentralized ledger or a blockchain technology out there. So the way I know, I think most of the DPIs will go on blockchain here onward to safeguard it or to have a better interoperability or to see the security by security and privacy by designs. So in a banking trends, we have seen customer have changed, banks have changed. Globally, we talk about transformation, GenAI. A lot of things are happening on payment, ISO messages are changing, Swift is changing. A lot of innovations are happening at the banking across. Globally, people are talking about green finance and ESG finance or CBDC or personalized GenAI banking. But Indian context, we still reach there. India talking is about digital wallets. We keep listening about Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay. We talk about digital rupee and UPI more. We talk about now data protection after DPDP Act is coming. And the way I know, I keep doing sessions with RBI. I think never know it will come and it will be in havoc. Like that's how we see. because we need to be ready with the consent framework from a day one. And how do we build that first ground level ecosystem? That's going to be very, very important to mitigate EPTP Act. A lot of things we have seen by RBI last couple of years on guidelines on NBFCs, fintechs. A lot of fintech collaboration were up, now slowly filtering it out to the right direction. And last but not least, API is a backbone for anything, everything we are offering to the every individual backed by UPI or BBPS or ONDC and so on and so forth. That's the India story. And typically this story is again backed by not digital to extreme digital. So when we say like a customer is changing from a customer is changing, customer is expecting many more things, how can you build on those? I think sir spoke about many more use cases. How your finance is already available, how your KYC is already available. It's only to give a consent. I have entered in the bank branch. Branch manager knows who has entered. Branch manager based upon data knows what's his financial need. That's it. I think what we are today doing is a basic digital massaging the data in data lake and showing some message, ki, okay, this is something available and so on and so forth. But I think when we move further, like extreme digital, we need to see how it is going to happen in a better way, right? And for that purpose, we are really put with a lot of DPIs. Banking has changed from branch to the personal model. The same customer who are talking to the bank, now they are talking to many more other customers on the same floor. So most of the services are going to be on a marketplaces. Your traditional banking is digital and slowly it will back by AI first. I think when you say, is it really happening? As a company, are we ready for that? As a governance or as a corporate, are we going to ready for that? Is it the really question to ask? Go back 10 years before, what we were there, like no UPI or maybe we were not having something kind of public infra. And now we are talking about this thing has to be happen. So I think this is a norm. I think next 5, 6 years, everything will be AI and blockchain backed ecosystem. So I think I think in the interest of time, I'll touch upon some of those important slides. We have seen how the momentum has happened on the RBI per se, typically launch of a Aadhaar followed by UPI boost, and these days we talk a lot about digital public infra. If we compare our banking from 1950s till 2010, and after that, it's huge. The economy, it's being added. I think the way it says that 8 trillion economy will be done with the only with the help of ongoing DPIs. And if you remove DPIs, I think what we speak like India will become number 3 by 2047. I think that's going to be challenging unless we utilize right DPIs. So while I say physical model has become digital, intelligent, and it's going to be slowly autonomous, there are two more important aspects while we talk about DPIs, how this architecture has changed because of new DPIs in banking architecture. Let's touch upon, are we good enough? We may say we have done so much of modernization, but still we said right, we are part of online cyber frauds. Still we keep giving some kind of AML guidelines. Still we talk about traditional methods, and now we have attention towards SDGs, and we keep doing. There are a lot of challenges around intermediaries or peer-to-peer and NBFCs. So when we talk about these things, there are two more important things which we have to talk here about cybersecurity and net zero mission for India. So if you look at net zero mission, and if I ask some of the corporates, are you working on it? Right? Even at RBI level, there are hardly 3, 4 guidelines. So I think it's going to be immediately next 1, 2 years, you will find a lot of huge momentum on how do we become a net zero. Well, because the way our speed will become net zero by 2070, based upon the data what we have. It might become 2090. So it's very, very important to look at a sustainability angle and how do we safeguard. While we have done a lot of work on cyber security, but this this is not really good picture as far as India is a concern. There are smaller countries, they will become net zero by 2035, by 2040, China by 2050. But I think that way, if we are really improving our DPI modernization, but if we are not really taking care of a sustainability in ESG angle, our economy will go down. That's another picture to look at it. So while we talk about this is like farmers building the carbon footprint, and that has to be traded onto the global market. That's the model typically around ESG. And I think with this speed, we will reach by 2070 our complete net zero based on current data. Right. So I think that's the one challenge we'll have to work on. How do we bring on a DPI on these aspects? And another, while we are happy with the UPI and so many so forth, there are security threats on the same platform. right? While there are so many transactions happening, I think we are a good country, futuristic, future-proof, and we need, there are some best practices to build DPIs. I think if we follow that, we'll at least surpass some of those challenges around DPIs. Otherwise, this kind of frauds will keep happening. So I think last but not least, while we do innovations with technologies, uh, look at this angle. Look at this angle. This is the current payment ecosystem where you will see disputes are happening, reconciliation process, settlement is required, manual interventions are required, where the payment transaction happening on channels, then through some intermediate like Mastercard, Visa, transaction will be routed to the transaction switch and then core banking. That's our normal transaction. But in this core transaction, as we have challenge, customer have a challenge to trust bank or bank have a challenge to trust customer. And look at the concept, right? Can I build like this? No dispute, no reconciliation, real time, no manual reversal, right? That's the beauty all about. How do you build? I'll take 2 minutes. It is technically possible, but when I say let's go back and change all UPI, change all API, change all, it's a huge uh, cost. But can we not change differently? Let us build some digital currency out there, right? That's why the way we are building, or 100 plus countries are building their DPIs on a payment, which is a e-rupee or a digital rupee. That is how we will see this kind of a ecosystem we are already started building without touching existing ecosystem. So when every bank looks at many more other angles, uptime, tamper-proof audit logs, removal of bad loans, interbank connections, most of these can be taken care by the technology like UPI. Do a KYC at one bank, can we not utilize the same KYC with the consent of a customer, another bank or another insurance company or another telecom, which is like uniform KYC model, which is government of India is really seeking for. But we'll not go directly. We will revamp existing models, eKYC, CYC, and all of that, and slowly we will move out there. But why we'll be able to do it nicely? Because we already have those railroads available. If we ask some country, let's do that way without Aadhaar or digital or without those CQYC, video KYC, they will again have to rebuild. So that's the norm. There are a lot of use cases we can talk about. While we talk about how technology and DPI are going to change, so every company has to see how they can really come up with some strategic leap business models or catching up. Like strategic leap could be UBI coming up with the metaverse followed by PNB. Catching up could be Phone Pay, Google Pay, catching up Paytm. So I think we need to see in which orbit we are and what type of innovations we are doing as a country or as a company, and how do we really move forward, right? So I think in a blockchain per se, there are two couple of use cases. The future of finance will change. The E2P, and there are many more things. Many more banks are working on maybe tokenization, and globally, and we will see many more such digital rupee use cases in India. Maybe milk coin, or maybe sugarcane coin, or a pangrain in Punjab. And the way every bank is looking forward, searching for a lot of use cases. IndusInd did something on carbon footprint incentivization to the farmers. I think we'll find many more use cases for SMEs, rural finance, or some programmable offline money. That's the future of money we will see. But at the same time, tokenization is another way forward. The way we have seen wave economy, I think tokenization, where most of the risk-taking banks are, is a high time for Indian banks to come together and work on tokenization. IFC is working, but we need to really see the actual adoption by at least large banks, how they can tokenize some of those FDs, how they can tokenize some of those KYC data, how they can tokenize or do the bank-to-bank transactions uh, uh, with the blockchain and this is kind of ecosystem. I think banks are there are different types of bank. We could find 10% banks are very tech-heavy banks, but we need to take care of all follow adopt a kind of a bank. These five areas: future of distribution, how are you going to distribute your finance? How are you going to utilize digital public infra, Gen AI, risk management, and climate ESG? I think this is going to drive very heavily how are we creating resilient banking ecosystem. A lot of things are happening at government level or regulator level, bank level, investor technology. There are a lot of details out there. I think last but not the least, I think how do you utilize the data? How do you come up with the green finance? How do you have a tokenized or a digital currency out there? And how do you really way forward for a customer experience? I think that's the thing we will drive future of finance here onwards. So I'll stop here. Things are very easy to say, but it takes a lot of time to ideate, innovate. Collaboration is a new competition. How do you innovate existing business models We are happy to say that CASA or some of those products last 30 years. But here onward, we have to see what more business models or what, how do we really create a finance for that last mile with based upon the like sir were giving a very good example. How do we give that last mile taxi driver who is earning 3,000 rupees, or how do we give the loan to a flower vendor who is earning 4,000 rupees? I think that's the model we have to see. Different futuristic microfinance or micro insurance or micro loans kind of a models will come. The payouts will happen based upon how do we drive the car. Payouts will happen how do you really take care of your home. How are your habits, and all data will be connected with the help of a APIs. So thank you so much. That's about me. Look forward for the day to day. Thank you.
I think can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Loa? Thank you so much. Very insightful, and thank you for forming a foundation with this insightful presentation out there. Can we have a huge round of applause? Also, I'll request Mr. Manoj Agarwal to please felicitate our super amazing speaker out here.
Hello. So Prasanna, if I may just summarize from my perspective, what Prasanna has said that so many things that were outside the box are now inside the box. Correct? Now IT companies and banks and techs and everyone they need to really step further out, keep all this digital public infrastructure as something that we can take foundation that we can start using and then plan something innovative and something groundbreaking. So on that note, let me really thank Prasanna and let me share a small token of our appreciation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Prasanna. I think out of the box or in box, both thinking are very, very significantly important.
Prasanna has managed to do at 5G speed the presentation that he was supposed to make at 4G and 5G speed. Thank you, Prasanna, for that innovation.
Well, thank you. Thanks to the 5G speed as well. Well, let's get going now. Wow, what a great world we are venturing into it, right? The dynamism sounds super amazing. The payment industry definitely is undergoing a major shift driven by the technological advancement that we keep on talking about. The customer expectations have also changed, and of course, the regulatory development to talk about. From contactless payments to wallets, mobile wallets, digital wallets that we talk about, the future, ladies and gentlemen, of payment industry is definitely redefined. Well, but still, some characteristics remain a challenge. From fighting the fraud, which is another important aspect that we're going to talk about, enhancing the customer experience along with enhancing the security of a customer is also a challenge. Building operational resilience to prevent such kind of failures definitely also act as a challenge. But there are various aspects, in and out. I have a super amazing, dynamic, and a robust panel coming out here. The first panel discussion, the future of payment, and one by one, I'll call upon the industry expert out here to navigate us through this super amazing, power-packed panel discussion happening here right there. Okay, one and only one guiding force and the captain of our ship for this panel, I'll call upon S. Ganesh Kumar, former ED, DPSS, RBI. And can we have a huge round of applause for him? Well, thank you so much, sir, for joining in. Your perspective should be really, really one, the navigating force and the guiding force. Thank you so much. I'll request you to please take your seat. Thank you so much. So now that you have been introduced to the captain of ship, let me call upon the panelists one by one. Aman Singla, Head Transaction Banking Group, CSB Bank. Can we have you on stage? A huge round of applause for him. Also, along with Chandan Poddar, head RCU FIRM and transaction monitoring with Small Finance Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Joining him on stage and joining the entire panel on stage is Prasanna Lohar, CEO Blockstack. Can we have you once again on stage for one of the most, again, power-loaded dynamic discussions happening here? तालियां होती रहनी चाहिए, I think. They are the panelists, and you know what? The best part is they've taken time out of the very busy schedule out here. They're super busy, but made sure that they are here to share their valuable inputs, and we are very thankful to each one of them. Let's get going. Calling upon Vasant Jaya Paul, CEO, CampSpay. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? And along with that, last but not the least, Deepak Chand Thakur, CEO, NPST, joining us on stage. A huge round of applause for him. Well, I think थोड़ा सा तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत करते हैं. Let's have a huge round of applause and let's get going. Future of payments. Well, so many things to talk about, right from AI to the security, to so many aspects. We really want to know from each one of you what lies with the future of payment when it is redefined. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Almost good afternoon now. And like Manoj was saying, 3G, 4G, I think maybe we'll have to talk 6G speed, which is where a lot of experiments are happening. And my fellow panelists have assured that it will be done that way. So be ready for a quick future preview, sneak preview into what's going to be the future of payment systems. But before that, having donned the hat of a regulator always has a lot. In fact, President did make a mention of RBI at least 5, 6 times when he made his presentation. A lot happens at the RBI. A lot is also expected of the RBI. But let me tell you what is it, and I'll just take half a minute on this in store for payments. This will be something like an Isaac Asimov's future perspective. So bear with me for just half a minute on this. Imagine before I go for the imagination. In the COVID, if there was one space where people had little difficulty, it was the payment space, at least as far as India is concerned. We could continue to do our payment transactions, whether we did it cash-wise or whether we did it digitally. Most of us in the room must have done digital transactions, and therefore you wouldn't have found much difficulty in that. If that had happened, it had happened because of a lot of benefit, a lot of initiatives taken by the fintech space, the government, the BPI. Everybody had a role to play. So what is it that we do? Very simple. I don't know how many of you have actually started using the cryptocurrency, which has been issued by RBI. The President did talk about that. Those of you who have used it will find that that is only the tip of the iceberg. Those of you who have not used it, don't worry, you can start using it. Those of you who have no idea to use it, for you, I think this is what is going to be the next 30 minutes of talk. The future is going to be on things like the not only is it going to be e-rupee for India, it's going to be perhaps a digital currency which is going to make cross-border transactions also very easy. Uh, I don't know how many of you know, India is the world's largest inbound remittance country. As of last year, we have got more than $130 billion worth of money coming into India. Money also goes out of India. We are the largest importer of crude and other products which are required for our operations. So in a globalized world, movement of money is going to be important throughout the globalized world. Within India, movement of money is important. Within India, let's not talk about the cities. Let's talk about the rural areas. Let's talk about possibly areas, pockets, even in Mumbai like Dharavi, where there's a lot of funds transfer, but the money doesn't move as money. So how is that going to happen? So if the money has to move, sticking to cash is something which, at least in my view, India is not going to completely move away from cash. We all like to touch cash. We like good currency. We like new notes. We like new coins. We like to store them. We like to keep them. Therefore, currency will still be there. But the growth in currency is going to come down, and the growth in currency is going to be compensated by digital payments. And that's what is the future payment systems. I'm not going to bore you anymore on that. I'll stop on this. I've given a sneak preview. My panelists will take over. Aman represents the Catholic Syrian Bank, an old age bank with a new age approach. So he's going to talk about what's going to be the future perspectives from a banking perspective, from a CSB perspective. How is it going to touch our lives?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. for giving this introduction and insight on what future holds for all of us. As he rightly mentioned, CSB is a 100 crore bank and it's a wholesale sector bank, but is trying to in terms of the future way of doing business. Payment landscape is probably the only piece which has grown exponentially in the last 5 years. today everybody talks about payments, right? And payments is both domestic and cross-border. Today, payments as a whole globally is in the next 3 years going to be about $15 trillion economy or $15 trillion flow of money. And I'm sure there is no way we can stay out of it. And India has been in the forefront of getting into the payments landscape. Sanna spoke about in his earlier presentation about UPI and digital payment infrastructure, which is very well established in India, and we had showcased that, as Mr. Joshi mentioned, in G20 also. So I think from a payments landscape, we are far ahead of what the other government. From a banking perspective, right? Payments is actually evolving, and it is both. Uh, but as a bank, if we have to actually ensure that the customer gets seamless service, the customer gets kind of a, which is across all his payment modes is connected. That is what we really want to work on. And for that, banks as a whole would need to work on digital transformation, which is very easily said, but it's very difficult to bring about that change because banks normally have their legacy systems still there with them in the bank, right? It was a lot of siloed parts of your payments which is there in the bank. For example, separate CDS system, you have a separate IMPS, NEFT, RTGS system, you separate DEM. So these all working silos. So to actually get the full value or the full view of how the payments can happen seamlessly and customer centric, we have to bring them together. And the only way we can do is through digital transformation. When you do that, there is always a concern about people within the organization getting rubbed on the wrong side. People doing the business the way they want, and they're not open to change. So you have to also ensure that we are open to change as an organization, as an institution. When that happens, we want to change in the overall ecosystem. The basic challenge that we face as a bank is obviously cybersecurity, as people mentioned. Uh, the connectivity of different payment modes that the customer does. For example, SWIFT, which is a cross-border transaction, and RTGS and EFT are not very well connected in terms of reconciliation and lots of that. That is what we really want to work on. Customer, so sorry. So there's so. I think so. That is what we really actually need to work upon in terms of the overall payment ecosystem. And I think I'll just pass it on to you.
Thank you very much. That was a good way to start off. From now, from a Catholic Syrian Bank perspective and what is going to happen, we'll now move over to Chandan. Chandan is actually bubbling a lot of ideas and is now going to take a continuing journey of a bank. And over to you, Chandan.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganesh and Technoviti for giving me the opportunity. Let me put a disclaimer here where I'm going to say it is not about my company's thought process. I'm not talking on behalf of the company, my Utkarsh Small Finance Bank, but rather a personal experience. The topic that Mr. Ganesh gave me today is when a strong foundation of a payment system can take a small finance bank to a universal bank. So I think I'll say it's a long call. Small finance bank actually work in a very, very tough position whereby they are supposed to work as a small finance bank in the lending business, whereas in case of CASA liability side, work like a universal bank. And that too in the lending side also, we have a microfinance in the segment. So there are a lot of pulls and pressures from all sides, and I think it's going to take some time for the small finance banks to scale up. And obviously, I'll take that payment infrastructure to a bit stretched, and I'll say it's more of a digital journey. Uh, the small finance banks are in a good place in the sense, unlike as Aman said, the private banks are like old private banks have a legacy system. Where the SMEs, the new startups, they have the leeway of starting with a clean slate and a better technology and upgraded technology. It really helps, no doubt about it. But I think the scale up, the SMEs has some time to scale up, and it will take more resources and inputs to build it up. Payment system per se, I would say, being from the transaction side and the payment business side, it is more digital journey, not only on the payment, UPI or anything. It's also about the digital experience in terms of lending, how we expand it. I mean, that's the whole journey that you're talking about. Uh, Biggest, I think, as of SMEs are concerned, we are yet to explore to the extent the bigger universal banks would have done in terms of Web2. Uh, we are still exploring company. I think that's the journey that you have to travel. Beyond that, probably the Web3 and the APIs, exploration of the APIs and the the crypto or blockchain technologies and all, which will help a lot. I think the biggest challenge where we face today is the fraud, the security, and then the identity. I think that's the biggest challenge as a banking system that we have. Be it the onboarding of the customer, that is your KYCs or lending business or a CASA business. That's where we lag. I think it was told, said some time back that today we can, in fact, well, we can block that today and going into the same. I think we need to get to a stage where we can block that rupee. And I think probably there where CBDC will come once it's come that we can trace that currency digitally. Today, the number rupees in terms of number one, two, three, we can't trace it beyond a certain level. That's the layer it helps. Easier said than done, I think, because questions of transparency. I mean, with the Web3, and we are talking about where it is more about depth and width of the control of the data will go wide and range, and people will have a control over that. But question is, how much are we ready to disclose? How much are we ready to transparent? Are we ready to be transparent enough? Are we ready to share our information with our consent, obviously? That's the question. Not everybody would like to be tracing that. I mean, when the CBDC first came out, there was a huge article in the paper that are we ready to, but that will help a lot in terms of saving the frauds that happen in the social engineering frauds. So it's a fine balance. I think it's a lot of collaboration. Everybody needs to do the API sort of APIs that we spoke about, Mr. Joshi as well. We need to leverage that, and I think we need to use them to our own interest and having a fine balance between the checks and balance in terms of how much are we ready to give to have a better security. I think that's the approach we have to take. If that is taken, I think a lot of issues in terms of security and concern will get addressed. I think we have scaled up quite a bit at an international level. The volumes are huge. Today, almost one third of the real-time settlement across the world is nothing but real-time settlements, and everybody is wanting from cash becomes security and lag of like credit card payments or which are lagged. So one real-time payments and digital real experiences, metaverses, whatever you call it. I don't want to. That's a long story and long big subject. It's about fine balance. We have to secure, create more and more secure and trust in the system. That's the key to that whole journey. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was good. So moving over from payments to see how payments will be taken care of in the loan side, because everybody needs money. Money is not only earnings. We do depend on borrowings as well, and that's nothing bad in that word. So taking over that and finally rounding off with real-time payments. How many of you like real-time payments? We would all like real-time receipts, but not pay on real-time. But anyway, let's see how that is taken care of. From then on, I'll go to my leftist friend, Hassan from Campi. All of you must have, at some point in time, digital transaction, moved your transaction through a payment aggregator. There's a company which actually does the aggregation business. What's the future in this space? What will give.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ganesh. Good afternoon to all of you. It's always been great to come back to this platform. Banking Frontiers, many years being part of this. Right from the word go today, I think like Mr. Joshi said for the conference and everything that is said so far, honestly, it resonates with what I believe, what is really happening in real time. I belong to a time and era where we used to, we imported ATMs from other countries to, getting satellites from Israel and so on and so forth. Looking from that point of view and what we are doing today is like we've come very, very long way. Tremendous changes and fundamentally the way the payments are being done currently. I think many of us have shared the data points, which the way the infrastructure that has been built in this country and how the transactions are happening. I think so. There are some estimates like by 2027 we are going to be doing some close to 6 billion transactions. So there are different staggering numbers that are facing us today, all this could not be delivered. And I honestly believe that we are in the best of the times and the best of the times. Why I say that? Friends, we are also about saying that there are unprecedented levels of vulnerabilities that are happening due to the fact that we are an open infrastructure, open architecture that is there. It's extremely critical and important to see as we grow, you know, transaction volume and the ability to pay and things like that. Today, please mind you, we are doing close to about 85% of real-time payments. This was like close to zero in when you talk about the card, let's say 2000, 2000. Now 85 to 87% transaction happening real time. We have limited, we have limited time in terms of capture all this transaction the way it is happening on the fly. I fully agree with Dr. Mr. Ganesh on that, saying that how many of us really do understand this to the extent or they like the way things are panning out, but everything is going to happen in real time. And the ecosystem that we serve, I belong to the CAMPS group. There are multiple places where we are the repositories of data. Today, from a payments point of view, what we are used to, typically the bank transfers and then the card-based payments. Those are the major two major flavors that all of us are used to. Today, everything is leaning towards data. Everything is going to be data-based, and no longer will we think about interfaces and messaging system and so on. So we're moving towards everything which is data-oriented. So all of us are very familiar in terms of what is in play. There are DLT based options available, typically the ones that Prasanna mentioned about the blockchain and things like that. We are seeing all that is happening in real time. Are we really up to speed? Honestly, answer is no, but it is all work in progress. Um, the way we see it is, I think we are among the largest aggregators of payments in the country. So, music finance industry, capital markets, insurance, and the lending ecosystems too. But we are slowly seeing a lot of real use cases beginning to happen, unravel. Take one quick example. I'll not name the client here. That's the pilot mode, but we're seeing very good results. The underlying technology being used is blockchain. What's happening with this large lender is they have about 250 million collections they need to do in a single month. In any term, and we are 2 billion population, but 250 million transactions and collections to happen in a single month. It's an extremely staggering number. Today, what is happening is all this are done through various partners developed. There are, let's say, some 10 to 20 aggregators. They go and collect all this payments. All this money has to come. Just imagine with the amount of transaction velocity and the volume of money that's involved, there's a huge amount of risk that's getting potentially can hit the now, all this is done in backbone, right? Even though we talk about payments on one side, but the traditional industry, the lending industry, the enterprise level, okay, we are seeing all this, fancy numbers. I'm sorry to say that, but all at best P2P. Slowly, we are looking at P2M transaction. There's a lot of ground that we cover from an in-store transaction point of view. All this is like all the the glimpses of what can come to the future. But Raymond, in the definition of how the future of the payments can look like is when everything becomes based on the digital assets that we will create. The infrastructure is put in place now. All the assets will slowly move to those infrastructure. Then the real time happen. Potentially, all this can be done real time. I would call this journey and not a destination. But real success of the future of the payments in this country, and we already achieved the status of being the almost the number one in terms of the transaction processing in the world. We will show the world how things can be done, will be done. UK is a great example, but it's a long road to go. But we are part of the exciting journey. Like I mentioned, there are many things are work in progress. One quick takeaway, if I think many of them already mentioned this, there is a real need for, I think Prasad already mentioned this thing again. It's, collaboration is a new competition. So a lot of value that all of us can unlock. And with that, I would like to say that we'll more to collaboration and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Vasan. It's actually a good taking a balance where he actually concluded saying that there's a lot of work in progress. Yes, there's a lot of and what is it that can be done this area forward. I'm sure you're going to get some more answers for that. And over to this, I'll now hand over the baton to Deepak. He is actually the person who is doing the linkage between digital payment systems and the people. His initiatives are being actually seen by all of us. I'm sure at some point in time we have all had views of what his company or services are. I don't want to reveal all those secrets. So I'll hand over to Deepak. What is it that he's doing now, and what is it that is planned for the future for all of us? Yes.
Thanks, sir. Ganesh ji is right here, and I don't mind saying that there's a very interesting piece of ecosystem that we're living in, wherein the payment is owned by banks, but the innovation is done by fintech. Now, that is the era that we are in, wherein, for bank, payments is for business, but for fintech, payments is business. Now, if this is the ecosystem that we are in, we are definitely going to see a lot of innovation expectations within the ecosystem, which needs to evolve. And that is where, if we bring in seamlessness, we see the future of payments. So let me bring it a very small transaction flow for all of you. So if I make a payment to Prasanna right now, it will go through a KYC process of one particular vendor. It will go through a transaction processing engine of a tech company, and then it will go through a reconciliation system of a third party. And then you'll have a dispute resolution being done by someone else, and the control will be somewhere else. Imagine one transaction traveling through such a disintegrated ecosystem. And when I saw that slide from Prasanna, I really liked it. There was no, 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 rather than real time, real time, real time. And is there a possibility to bring that integrated ecosystem? So more than seeing the type of product that we are looking at, or I would say the change in the instrument that we are talking about. I mean, you go from IMPS to UPI, or you go from UPI to CBDC, or now we are all talking about embedded payments. In fact, there is a discussion going on around IoT. So there is so much discussions around the instrument. There is so much discussion around the channel that we are adopting. But at the same time, if at all we continue to have this disintegrated ecosystem, the journey will still remain the same. It will not change. And if we are able to focus in those areas, banks, fintech, tech providers, and of course, blessings from regulator all taken together, I think we are able to create a much stronger ecosystem from the learning that we have built over last 10, 15 years in UPI, IMPS, all that we have done globally and what we are being recognized for. So integrated ecosystem is all that I think is critical for the future of payments. And that is where we have been working for quite a long. And whenever I talk to my team, I always tell them that question yourself whether payment is an independent instrument. You buy service, you buy product, you pay in emergency, non-emergency, you pay through a mobile app, internet, whatever it may be. Payment can never be an independent instrument. It is embedded into the service or the product that you're buying. The day you're able to solve this puzzle, the day you're able to embed this into that particular service or a product or the ecosystem, you find the future of the payment. I mean, that let's not think about payment as a separate instrument altogether. So this is something that we think about. This is something that I believe, is the railroad that we should all be working on. That's from my side, Ganesh ji.
Thanks a lot, Deepak. That was good. Now, Deepak had actually given a small hint. He's actually transferred some money to Prasanna during the course of the talk. And since it is an embedded payment, it's already been received. And although Prasanna doesn't confirm it, since I'm the reconciliation guy, I'm saying he's got the money. Now, whether he wants to raise a dispute or not, that's a separate point. Maybe Manoj can try to help me out. But jokes apart, I've tried to give a little bit of peek into what is going to be the future. We have heard Prasanna about the spark that he has actually spoken. Maybe we will just round this off with what he's actually going to say as the future of payments. After that, I'll bore you for 2 minutes and then we'll close off.
Yeah, I think thank you. And I think a lot of good views. When I joined bank back in 2014, I thought I'll be going in the morning 9 o'clock and come back in the evening by 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. That's the job was there for banks, typical banks. And earlier, I used to serve almost all banks as a part of a service provider, as a technical architect, where we have built almost all systems from scratch, while card management, transactions, POS, ATMs, and all. And when I joined the bank, that was the time we have seen, at least in Indian context, how fintechs or UPI or DPIs started building a lot of business models. Fintechs knocking the door of the banks to open up those APIs. So the norms have changed from traditional to mobile banking to the digital or fintech led a lot of business model, which our friend spoke all about. And while we do this, internet has become cheaper with the Geo, and that's how, at least Indian context, we have seen customer shift has happened. And at the same time, within a bank also, we have seen how the shift of leadership has happened. The MDs or CEOs who were not aware of what is API or what is meant by open banking or enterprise service bus. I think most of the business folks has learned this new literature of a new future of finance. I think there are typical roles or typical departments within a banks, so-called fintech partnership or strategic partnership and so on, which were not existing 20 years before. 20 years was like a branch model was the only primary channel, but now that primary channel has multifold, like mobile, internet, fintech has come up with the open banking. I think when you talk about today, and when we say so happily, we are part of that open economy, open data or open API, we have UPI or account aggregator, ONDC is coming up. Look at the last 10, 15 years and start thinking what is going to happen in the next 10, 15 years. So whoever will imagine it well, they will supersede as a bank or as a fintech or some other kind of entity RBI will launch. This is only for that banking, device banking or something like that, right? So I think, and there will be, I think it's in a nutshell, future of finance is driven by people. People could be internal people or could be external people, customers who are demanding. And there are different generations, traditional to the millennials to the, I think at least 6 generations are there in 2024. And all these generations look for money and how they really want to do the better financial inclusion. While there is a gap, we spoke in my deck also. But I think the way we look at the customer is changing, futuristic models are coming. And I think that's how the railroads which will drive the future of finance. I think CBDC, where paper money is getting into plastic money as a card or your wallet kind of a money. Now distribution of money will not be paper; it will be digital. That's I think foundational change which we are going to see in many of those 100 plus countries, including India. I think India is little bit late, but the way we have India networks already will supersede. That's why we announced in February we are going to come up. And September, I think at the end of a year, we started pilots. 16 banks are there, and we move on. And other item which is Vasan spoke about digital assets or tokenization, while real-time payment is happening peer-to-peer, peer-to merchant. How do that transaction of buying, selling some need or doing some of those transactions where it takes a lot of time, buying a land or any of those transactions, how do we bring that ecosystem on as a digital twin and do those digital transactions? That's how that imagination changed the customer behavior, many more the financial products which we carry today, it will change. And that's how we will see how future of finance will be done. Still, we have seen a lot of things on the front side, which is on mobile or internet and all. But the way we see last 5, 6 years, how regulations are coming in mid and back. They talk about data security, they talk about audits, they talk about how do we take care of those transactions at the end of the day, how do we get money with the right risk scoring. So it's very easy to do some kind of invisible banking, maybe tomorrow is coming, or metaverse banking, some of the banks, UBI and the PNB has done. But a lot of future of finance will lie in the how are we doing automation in the mid journey, which is API to microservices and better infrastructure. Maybe today some customer will call and say this is down. Then we'll start searching why it was down, because of which API or because of which component. But that is how now many of those futuristic banking are now going on, maybe APM kind of a tools or some more other kind of. I think, and in the back, how do we bring that data intelligence? How do we bring on that firewall protection or your territory protection? So I think at all three levels, I would say on front level it's easy, but it will be bound by how much innovations we'll do in the mid and back. and we will see many more roles coming into mid and back, data scientist, cybersecurity specialist, and all of that. So I think, in a nutshell, I would like to summarize right kind of a people, leadership, new roles, reskilling, which processes you are going to automate, which will do the better banking tomorrow, adoption of a new technology while existing technology should be for those that company. And whatever we do, we should be aligned with the right regulations, talking with the customers, seeking their feedback, and improving. I think that will drive, in a nutshell, any of those transformations.
Right, Prasanna, you've spoken about 359 degree points out of 360, which is that 1 degree point. Maybe I'll do one thing. I'll make a small case study now. It tells me 21 seconds, so maybe I'll take 40 seconds. Imagine this scenario, and this is a real life project going on right now under the aegis of RBI. Some of you who are in this room are part of it. This is a young person. He wants to buy the next version of iPhone, i17, which has been released. So he's got a special invite. He logs on to Amazon.com, assuming it's available on Amazon.com. The moment he logs on, it validates him. Let's assume I'm doing it, and I'm going to assume I'm this young 25-year-old guy. I want to actually go back in time motion. So as soon as I log in, it says, this is Ganesh Kumar. He has got this iPhone. Let's say the cost of this is 1,20,000 rupees. So 1,20,000 rupees. I go through the features, and once my eye signal says there is already a signal which goes through my iris, goes to that camera which is there on the device which I'm using. Let's assume it's an iPad, and then I get it. The moment I say yes, the iris size says whether I want to buy it or not. And the moment it says yes, I want to buy it, there is a message which has gone onto the system to Amazon.com which says, okay, Ganesh wants this box. It goes to the distributor of iPhone, says, yes, ship this iPhone to Ganesh. Why will he ship it unless he's got the money, embedded money? So the moment that is there, the message goes to Ganesh's digital wallet, which says whether he has got 1,20,000, no, he's got 80,000 rupees. There's another message which goes to his loan service provider. He's got approximately 20 people. Two of them find that he has not paid his past monies properly, so they say no loan for you. One person says, okay, your credit worthiness is okay. I checked with Crystal, it is okay. Or they say yes, it is okay. The moment that is okay, he says, okay, you need a bridge capping of 40,000 rupees. 40,000 rupees is sanctioned to Ganesh. The moment the 40,000 is sanctioned, 1,20,000, a reconciliation happens, goes to Amazon. Amazon says yes. All this happens within a fraction of a picosecond, and Ganesh gets a message saying your iPhone is going to be delivered tomorrow. Delivery is your partner. You're going to. This is the future of the payments. I'm not. There is a pilot already going on, not in Amazon, but it's happening in some other real life scenario which is there. For people in Mumbai, it may not be very valid, but for other people, this is for gas cylinder refills for houses. The project is on, and if it works, and I have no doubt why it will not work. And later on, you will find India is much into a new trajectory. I will stop my bhashan here. Thanks to all my fellow panelists. I hope we have kindled you. A lot of people are there, and that's the future. Thank you very much. I wish I could have given option to ask you questions, but it is telling me 4 times time is up. And if I stand some more time, then they will say payments may be the future, but you're not going to have a future. So with that,
Okay. No, that's not the thing. I think time is something which is critical right now. So, but it was fabulous. We could wish we could hear more from you, but you all are here right now. I think if you have any doubt, we'll come back to you. A huge round of applause for being the guiding force. Thank you so much. I'll once again invite Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Group at Banking Frontiers, on stage to felicitate a phenomenal panel out here. Well, the future definitely looks phenomenal of payment, and of course we have key stories and strategies to discuss.
Thank you, panelists. Wonderful panel discussion. Thank you, sir, for moderating it. I think the best part is that it's not just the future of payment. We have talked about the future of so many things, and payment becomes a wheel on which those new developments, new ways to pay, new services to offer, managing the fraud perspective, making sure that even if the customer gives out an OTP or a password or whatever, can still be secured. Subir sir talked about in the morning. May I invite on the dais Dr. M. Narendra, a stalwart from the industry. Sir, may I request you to felicitate our speakers and panelists.
Well, fabulous, sir. Can we have one by one the felicitation gifts in? Please accept this memento. We are really, really delighted and thrilled that you all have taken time out of your busy schedule and joined us for sharing such great
Sir,
insights.
चार लोग ठीक है गणेश कुमार गणेश को थोड़ा आगे आगे
Well, our moderator is Ganesh Kumar, former ED, DPSS RBI Bank. Thank you so much, Another and all the panelists. Very, very thankful for each one of you. I think great insights, and we have more power loaded panel discussions happening all the way. Also, gentlemen, there is an amazing surprise after the felicitation. I'll tell you that. Well, panelists and everybody, can we have a group picture together? I'll request you to please come forward. I think, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Everyone, come on, let's be a little zealful today as we have a very productive day. Thank you. And to all the panelists, one last note I want to say. In this box, there is some out of the box thinking. So, but once you are there sitting, please open and do check because we definitely believe, as an industry expert, everybody should be doing out of box thinking. And in this box, there is a out of box statement that we have tried for. Let's get going now and let's talk about the innovations such as AI, blockchain, big data analytics and cloud computing are not the only one thing, but there are so many other aspects enhancing the security, efficiency. But majorly, they're also creating a robust and a business models that are also creating opportunities. So in a way, the upcoming panel discussion will provide a comprehensive understanding of trend challenges, key strategies and opportunities. So let me welcome one by one to this fabulous topic, emerging technologies reshaping the future of finance. Now, coming up, the moderator, as I love to call them, the captain of this ship, is Pratik D. Deswani, Senior Manager, EY India. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Because he's also coming with a huge smile right now. So I think he's really, looking forward for this key topic out here. Calling upon one by one panelists, I request you to take a seat. And of course, the panelists are another industry expert and the leaders who have really come all the way out. Let us get going. Calling upon Kapil Jaiswal, Director Research InfoSec and AI ML, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Jaiswal? Come on. Joining them is Kinjal Shah, CTO, Yes Securities, along with Vamsi Itham Raju, CTO, Axis Mutual Fund. ये तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Let them also understand that, the knowledge they are sharing, we all are alert. Calling upon Deepak Bhatia, Information Technology Specialist, India Exim Bank. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Joining the panelists, Subrata Das, Chief Innovation Officer, Ugrow Capital. तालियों में कंजूसी मत कीजिए, so we are talking about finance. And joining them are Kiran Beliskar, CISO and IT Governance, Bandhan Life. Can we have you on stage, sir? An absolutely pleasure. Last but not the least, we have Kailash Kumar Varodia, COO and CFO, Receivables Exchange of India, RXIL. So I am not going to give any punishment if you have a huge round of applause for them. Okay, people are like आधा थाली बजा रहे हैं, आधा नहीं. But they are here, and we should really respect them because I think the industry leaders are here. This is an emerging topic we all want to talk about. We have some time constraints, some, not much, but we love to have hear it all from the everybody who has come here as well. Maybe if time is there, we'll take some questions. But over to you all. Thank you so much for joining.
Sure. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. On emerging technologies reshaping the future of finance. And I have with me an esteemed panel of experts who are right at the forefront of innovation in financial sector. So I've tried to bring in the excitement. So please, guys, please give a round of applause for all our esteemed panel of experts here. So I'll like to start with Mr. Kapil Jaiswal. Welcome, sir. So as India aims to become a $5 trillion economy, VFSI is expected to play a pivotal role to achieve its growth trajectory. So the question to you, sir, is what emerging technologies do these VFSI sector need to leverage in order to achieve this ambitious target? And what are the security concerns and inclusions priorities should be kept in mind?
First, I thank Banking Frontiers to invite me here. Secondly, a small disclaimer. What I speak is my personal opinion as a proud Indian and in the field of InfoSec and from the boundaries of the finance InfoSec. Starting with the looking at the $5 trillion economy as the Prime Minister said that someday we should be having it in the near future. What matters most is the mobility of the money. Old ancient wisdom, a small trader, where a big businessman understands you have to rotate the money. Once you have to rotate it, you have to rotate it fast. It has to generate value in every cycle. The more value you generate, the economy is not a zero-sum game. The more value you generate, more services you generate wealth. So if you have to move fast, the ecosystem which fuels this, which propels this, which accelerates this overall, our basic tenets of the Indian economy is the banking sector. How do you move the money? The money only moves once it moves from one person to other, one bank to other. Now, once you look at the technologies which are going to support this. So first is the backend technologies, infrastructure technologies on which the banks are dependent. Second is the technologies which a user, once he is interfacing with the banks or the financial system, gets he gets an interface to that. And third is when all this ecosystem is coming up, is your security and is your privacy concerns along with that. Because security and privacy both are very, very kind of interlinked together. The inclusion, can it happen? The inclusion, yes, we have started the Jandan Yojana or the giving a digital identity to our people through Aadhaar, through which they can validate and get enrolled or get onboarded to the digital ecosystem. It is provided as an impetus. But is it going to scale forward for them? The challenge with us is to have a very, very robust backend system. The cloud technology is what is there. But we have to be very careful. The security brings in the challenge of separation of the data which is there, which is required to ensure privacy. The Gen AI technology and the pre-Gen AI technology, the machine learning models or the AI technology, it has evolved over a bit. But I see a clear distinction between the machine learning models or the AI technology pre-Gen AI and post-Gen AI. And there's a reason for it. The primary reason is the previous models, say a chatbot based on previous technology, or a recommender model, or a credit assessment model for a person. Most models were trained on machine learning data, but when the models were made, they were abstracted to the numbers. They didn't contain the private information. They didn't have the retention capability. Deploying those models were not too much of a threat. But what happens with the Gen AI, which is being adopted very, very fast? We have to be cautious on that. Gen AI models have a retention capability. If you train it with your user data, it remembers that. The way we are looking at the cyber security is another field which is emerging, which is called Gen AI security. Since this data is not forgotten by the Gen AI systems, the challenge is to protect them, and the people should not be able to extract. That is where the prompt engineering or the prompt attack on the Gen AI models happen. If you train it with the data, certain people can extract some information of it. Those are the few boundary lines which are the challenges which are required to be addressed if you want to move forward into the domain. Thank you.
Sure, sure. So let's continue with the discussion on Gen AI. And in Gen AI, the usage of Gen AI in mutual fund space, right? Everyone of us here have heard mutual fund sahi hai, right? A great campaign by Amphi. We have Sachin Tendulkar, we have Dhoni, and now we have also wrote in Rohit Sharma, the recent ads, right? So if you look at the Indian mutual funds AUM, it has increased drastically in the last 5 years from 2,500,000 crore to 5,800,000 crores in 2024. So how AI and ML technologies, Mr. Vamsi, can be leveraged to improve the management of mutual funds in India, and what are the ethical considerations to be considered in implementing these AI and ML technologies?
Sure. Audible, right? Uh, Once again, I think the same disclaimer goes. Anything that I speak here, my personal views, nothing to do with Axis Asset Management. For that matter, any other organization that I represented in the past. Uh, get to AIML, but I'm coming fresh off a WhatsApp conversation from a large group, a lot of people, CEOs in that group. You know, have we ever wondered why do we get a call for a credit card from the same organization, same bank that we already have a credit? No, it's one of the most irritating things, isn't it? Now let's look at the case of an airline ticket. You bought an airline ticket. You have got a problem with that. You want to cancel. You want to do something else. You explained it. Unfortunate for you, the phone call got disconnected. You call again. You need to explain it one more time. Isn't that one of the most basic expectations out of a CRM system? I think we got problem with basic. AML, sophisticated machine learning models, all good. But I think if you don't have the basics right, I think you're not going to get anywhere with all this niche tech that the plethora of organizations have got to offer. I think it's all about getting the basics right. Now let's rewind back to the first problem. The problem about the same person who has the credit card from, let's say, the bank, the same bank calls. Of course, give some benefit of doubt that it's an agent call and not really the bank person call. But still, why? Why am I getting this call from the same bank from which I have a credit card? I have a loan already. Why are they asking if I want the same loan again? It's because there's no dedupe. As simple as that, right? Dedupe is one of the most fundamental pieces of getting data right. I think if we can fix these basics, then we are leveling up. Now let's come to mutual funds. Mutual funds, I think there are multiple opportunities in expanding that to a citizen scale, population scale. Today it's private, as the keynote speaker we had today who has rightly put it. Even today we have penetration only at tier 1 level. So why are we so far away from financial inclusion? When you have an opportunity to 1.5 billion, let's exclude minors and the senior citizens, we still have a sizable population. Let's take 40% of that. We are nowhere close to that. I think what is stopping us from getting there is, getting the right practice. In our own case, let's look at the example. We said, what do we do with your phone? You look into it. There are enough studies that indicate that every 7 minutes you're going to look into it. If it's there lying there, go look into it in the next 7 minutes. And what do I do first as one of the first things I do is open WhatsApp. If that is where you are present, I think you are able to engage others that much more. That has been one attempt for us. We try to get to WhatsApp, and then we try to get as vernacular as possible because we don't necessarily have English speaking population over the country, because the idea is to get to Bharat scale. So that was one opportunity. We experimented with that. So therefore, that's one. That's faring pretty well for us. The second is, extending somebody's investment in mutual funds to offer parallel products. I think that was also one of the case studies that we have evaluated. This that was very interesting. It's financial inclusion not limited to mutual funds. But if you look at credit inclusion, I think that's a very interesting space. We've got large, interestingly for us, it's a data dream, right? Data likes two RTs. There's two RTs in the country, pretty much all of mutual fund data is with one or other of the two RTAs, and therefore their ability to extend trade products, etc. I think that also augurs very well. So I think Sunrise and the last mode of I repeated this in multiple forums. I think this is a sunrise industry offers opportunities to extend financial inclusion not just in investment space but also in products basis your investments.
Right. So key takeaway, engagement. The first 7 minutes, financial inclusion,
Yeah.
engagement.
Yeah.
So taking this, the key takeaway from Mr. Vamsi coming to Mr. Kailash, um, India has approx 6.3 MSMEs and they contribute to 30% of India's GDP. However, only 11% of MSMEs have access to credit. So how can we leverage the emerging technologies to increase the credit penetration in MSME sector? And how do we engage them in a better way and have onboarding quite seamlessly for them?
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to Bankers Frontier for having me here. Correctly said by you that India have almost 6.3 crore MSMEs as per 2000 report. Today, Udyam is important, mandatory for the MSMEs. More than 4.5 crore MSMEs are registered on Udyam, and they are creating around 18 plus job. One of the biggest issue MSME sector is facing is the liquidity. And correctly said by you, 11% only get a formal channel of financing as far as this comes. Now, the technology or I'll say digital initiative plays a very important role. Considering the India is, I think, much ahead in the curve as far as digital finance is concerned. And coming there with AI and ML kind of thing, which will bring more, I'll say reduce the debt and bring more operational efficiencies with respect to credit assessment and also one kind of a transaction monitoring kind of thing. So technologies bring not only the traditional way of I'll say they eliminate. I'll not say completely eliminate, but up to some extent they eliminate the traditional way of assessing the creditworthiness of the particular MSME, but also bring the data into the system. With AL, AI, and ML, the creditworthiness from their bank statement, their GST analysis, their financial analysis will bring the immediate decision making or underwriting for the finance. Second part is that the monitoring piece also through AI and ML technology. Today the monitoring, the fraud detections, the predictions that also can the technology can better age as far as the financing need of MSME is concerned. Today, if I'm just giving an example of trade receivable discounting system, based on the strength of the buyer, through the technology, the MSMEs are getting funded without assessing the normal traditional way of MSME financials. Correct? So this is how the technologies brings the more, I'd say, ready informations and as well as I'll say more monitoring purpose also. Because one of the biggest concern of the financer is that how we can monitor whatever loans they had given it to a particular client, especially MSME sector where they don't have all the information available. With coming the technologies, AI, ML, or big data kind of thing, to give a ready-made information to the financer to take a decision and also to monitor the portfolio what they had financed.
Yeah, thank you for that. So taking the conversation ahead, Mr. Subrata Das, everyone knows about Open Credit Enablement Network. It's a great initiative. So where are we on the adoption of OCEN and what is the future of OCEN in terms of MSME financing, maybe for a small ticket size?
Thank you. Great question. Firstly, glad to be here and thanks to Banking Frontiers for the opportunity. I think I'll just start by explaining one of the key challenges in MSME credit and why we have historically we have not seen enough penetration. We say that 11% is under the formal credit. The biggest challenge here is lack of formal income documentation. coupled with the fact that the heterogeneity in this sector is tremendous. So when we're looking at a salaried guy, the assessment is straightforward. There's a salary that comes on exit, then there's a stipulated expenses continuing through the month, and at the end of the month you have savings. You can assess this and understand how much loan can be given. But for an SME, just imagine the vast multitude of sectors and subsectors and classifications. So a small MSME manufacturing metallic items like nuts and bolts versus a distributor of pharmaceutical equipment versus a radiology laboratory. And there are so many of them. Each and every one of these are very different from each other. The factors which determine a well-performing business versus average business versus a struggling business are also very different because the business cycles, the relationship with their buyers, the cycles of payment coming back. These are very, very different, and it requires very, very detailed mining, trend and pattern identification, so that you can assess these businesses properly. And that is very key to designing credit solutions. If we do not have this, then we cannot increase the penetration of credit, which has been the challenge theoretically. But luckily now, with advent of alternate data, we are now moving from the traditional and sometimes collateral-based lending to what we call cash flow-based lending, where you can see the business flows of the MSME, and you are able to take a position, or you're comfortable enough to lend money to that, which is where I think now Open comes in. Today we have a revolutionary technology such as Open, where vast number of MSMEs in the respective ecosystems, they are connected to lenders on the other side through a bridge. This mechanism makes it possible. This is the mechanism of scale. And coupled with the intelligence driven by data, you are able to form cash flow-based lending program. This is the only way, perhaps, in which we will give scale to MSME lending. And if India has to become 5 trillion, MSME being 30% of it, then we need that much growth in MSMEs, and this is only. So I think absolutely no doubt that this will explode, in the days to come.
Alternate data, cash flow lending, right? So going from the visible part of the tech, right, the AI, ML, account aggregator, going to the non-visible part of tech, that is blockchain, right? So where are we with respect to blockchain adoption in India? And do you see barriers, and how can we overcome these barriers in terms of adoption, right?
So I think blockchain, there is a common term for it. And people say it is a solution looking for a problem. So the origination of blockchain was because of unprecedented US dollar printing in the 2008 crisis. But after that, the reason it has not picked up is primarily because everything that you can do with blockchain can be done in a centralized system also. So I think the whole DeFi Web 3.0 is what could take blockchain potentially further. And if done the right way, it has the potential to revolutionize the whole inter-system, inter-bank, inter-country payment, the way Amul has done for cooperatives for milk farmers. So I think some of the cases where blockchain really thrives is when there's a zero trust based system. For example, there are multiple families who are kind of inherited very large fortune from their grandparents. So in that case, no one trusts each other. In that case, it makes sense to have a copy of the will with each other to approve a transaction or sale, or maybe some collectibles is, the person has. You want to sell it, you need approval from all of them, and they don't trust each other. So I think blockchain is a good use case for that. Again, between banks, between brokers, between depositories, if there are certain common activities which everyone does, like risk management, like you're taking approvals for the board meetings, general meetings, you're having agendas. So that is something everyone does. Maybe 10% difference is there. So in that case, I think blockchain is a good platform where most of the common stuff can be aggregated and put on a common platform. And people will have just a flavor towards one.
Right. Thank you for the concept. Moving the blockchain discussion ahead, Mr. Deepak, there's emergence of tech globally in cross-border transactions. So how do you, which technology has the potential to impact the trade finance landscape in India and globally?
Thanks, Kinzel. So when I see this trade finance space, so roughly around 24-25% of global trade is a part of all global GDP. And as per the estimate recently was published by ADB, so there is a dearth of 2.1 trillion of financing gap when it comes to global trade. So why there is a gap between the two, and how or which technologies can help to bridge this gap?
So there are two, three things I would like to emphasize. Of course, being from finance institute, I can speak for hours on this. So when we see this trade finance or the issues which are there, so it starts right from when you get an order from overseas buyer. So there is a I would say lack of transparency is there between the two. Your buyer is sitting in some other country, and you are in some other country. Language barrier is there. A lot of trust issues are there. So there, the your letter of credit or your insurance and all those components come. But when you get into those things, your cost gets increased, and then ultimately there is risk of getting I would say, not very productive in terms of financing. So there, I believe the time has come for global credit information bureaus. So, like in India, we have now why this credit is picking up because credit bureaus have information about both buyers and sellers. But in case of international, there is an issue. Language is another issue which is there. So, their Gen AI, I believe, can help to bridge that gap. The third area where I believe to issue this transparency issue can be handled is through blockchain, of course, as very well explained by Ketan also. So unless you have interconnected system, so transparency is difficult to handle. The second leg comes is the speed. The speed of, I would say, at which the document moves between the buyer and the seller or the funding bank or the issuing bank is terribly low. Because of that, your funding cost gets increased. So there again, one thing is your API-based interconnected systems, your blockchain can help the moment a bill of lading is with the exporter, it should go to their bank. And the third, of course, is the cost of payment, which is currently which is very high. If you see, and the time also it takes is very high. So there, I believe now rupee is going globally, so that will help to bring down that cost. And there, in that space, I believe this blockchain-based or cryptocurrencies can also help to bridge that gap. So in fact, now Swift has also partnered with one cryptocurrency. I believe this is chain-based. This name is there. Ripple was there. So I think if we are able to address these three areas, one is your transparency, your speed, and the cost of remittance. So I think in all these three areas, these technologies can help to bridge the gap which is there in international trade finance.
Transparency, speed, and right. So coming to the speed, there are various no-code platforms available in the market which empowers the business users to create a technology solution without actually depending on the developers, right? So what is the future of these no-code platforms, and how do you ensure that these no-code platforms adhere to the organization's IT governance and security policies?
Great question. So, no code platform has really changed and transformed the way the applications are getting developed nowadays. And also from the that has really speeded up the digital transformation journey, time to market for the business as well. But while we are all doing all this, it's a new platform which is really there into the ecosystem. While we're seeing hyperscalers, cloud, and lot many modernization of AI development. But this is something which is we are democratizing the technology in the hands of the business users. So for which they need to be appropriately trained, first of all, in terms of using those platforms. And you need to have a right governance in place. One is from a technology governance, and also you need to ensure the information security practices measures are also been equally captured very well, because it is very important to have a secure development and also to follow with the new upcoming DPDP as well, the data privacy regulations as well. So while you're doing this development, so it has really helped because we are also seeing the open source libraries what we were discussing in terms of those are also getting adopted, included into the on also the configurations coming in. So I think it is very more important that the security assessment is done right in the early stage. While these have been right now being used more from a low complexity or a medium complexity applications from a configuration and a workflow management, but it is very important now in terms of while it is getting adopted in the and largely it is also because of utilization of the very highly bandwidth of the tech engineering, which is the most expensive bandwidth in any organization, I think. But it is actually reducing their bandwidth, and which the business users are taking over. I think the security practices, controls, policies has to be rightly set out.
Right. I know we are, with the display showing times up. One last question to everyone. If you want to double down and name one technology that you think will have a significant impact on the future of finance, just in one word, Mr. Kiran.
Blockchain.
Blockchain. Mr. Deepak. AI. Mr. Kapil.
Agent AI.
I'll choose ML. ML.
Oh, sure. Mr. Subrata Das, one technology that you want to name.
I would say AI ML.
I think it's AI and ML.
So 5-2, AI 5 and blockchain 2. Thank you very much. That's our wrap up.
Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Absolutely on time. And I think we would have loved to take questions, but due to time restrictions, we couldn't. I'll request Manoj Agarwal to please join us on stage to felicitate this phenomenal power pack panel out here.
Good interactive session on the future of technology. Very important in the Technoviti session. Thank you all. I request Anuj Bhargav, a jury member from our Finnoviti committee, to felicitate, correct? Our
Perfect.
panelists
Wow.
and moderators.
Thank you, sir, for being here. Like I mentioned, these boxes have out of the box thinking, and once you discover, do let us know. I'll love to start it with the moderator. I'll call upon and request. I'll request everybody to please come on stage as I announce the name. I'll request the amazing moderator for this phenomenal panel to please come over there on the front stage. And can we have a huge round of applause for him, everyone?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratik, Swami, Senior Manager, EY India. It was super amazing. Calling upon
That's Vamsi Krishna. Thank you.
Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Calling upon Kapil Jaiswal, Director Research, InfoSec, AIML Government of India. Requesting you to please come and join us on center stage. A huge round of applause for him. Requesting Kinjal Shah, CTO of Securities, to please come center stage and accept the memento. Thank you for the great insights. Calling upon Deepak Bhatia, Information Technology Specialist, India Exim Bank. Thank you. Your presence is definitely very crucial because of course we have a very integrated knowledgeable session out here. Calling upon Subrata Das, Chief Innovative Officer, Ugrow Capital. A huge round of applause for him as well. Requesting Kiran Belsekar, CISO and IT Governance. Please join us on center stage and accept the memento. Well, thank you for joining us. A huge round of applause for them. Requesting Kailash Kumar Varodia, COO and CFO, Receivables Exchange of Fingia, RXIL, to please accept it. And all the panelists, can we all come on the center stage and have an absolutely great picture? Along with that, we have a very great surprise, one more surprise for you all. Can we have a huge round of applause here? Come on, come on. I know we... So panelists, I request you to please be here. हम कहते हैं ना कुछ मीठा हो जाए. So we really want to, reciprocate that into a very practical thing. I'll call upon Shweta Jain, founder Atlas Den, to please come on stage and felicitate each one of them with a super amazing super hamper that we have of chocolate. So Atlas Den it is. Well, thank you, sir. Well, हमारी meeting conversations थी, so we all thought that of course we have such an amazing gifting partner with us, and they have a really great gesture of actually taking this on a next level by gifting each one of them with a token of memento. वाकई में with after this so meetha conversation, let's give them a memento of chocolate hamper to each panelist. Thank you all, thank you for amazing, thanks Shweta for being there. Can we have all the momentous at least then can just take a memento with the thank you. Great going. Let's get going for the third panel of this entire productive day as we get going. The next topic, of course, the data continuum is a holistic approach to managing enterprise data and across the entire life cycle, from creation and storage to analysis and disposable. Well, it also ensures that data is continuously available, accurate, and most prominently actionable, empowering businesses to make informed decisions and, of course, to drive key innovation. Let us talk more about it. Let us hear from the industry expert what is their evolution on this next evolution in enterprise data, the data continuum. Let us talk on this super basic topic. And once again, I'll call upon the moderator. Well, I fondly call them as a captain of this ship, as they definitely take this as a guiding force, mentoring the entire panel, calling upon Sushil Thakur, Director EY India. So before we go ahead with the panel discussion,
So, Banking Frontiers has just tied up with All India Management Association. There were plethora of courses, very well designed courses. This particular course is being conducted by faculty at IIT Bombay and some other experts. The courses are all live, they're not pre-recorded sessions. They are very well appreciated by the industry, and they're very economical. So this particular course is a 20-week course priced at only 50,000 rupees. So I invite all people from the present here to take advantage of this, whether for yourself or someone else in your organization, or even someone in your personal circle who aspires to get the best of both management and artificial intelligence in a wholesome package. So this, and we'll be publicizing other courses from All India Management Association. I think we have a very good set of courses. Thank you all for. I hope all of you are interested in this. I'd like to invite Kiran Balsekar, who has actually been through this course, to maybe give a 1 minute overview or a personal experience.
Thanks. So I think I did this a year back, this IMA course, and this is not only from the professors coming from the IITs, uh, the quite a senior folks, and also learning from the co-learning was one of the best part of it. So learning from the industry peers, which are across the industry verticals. It is not specific to BFSI, manufacturing. So all of them coming together in one room, and that's how the best part was the co-learning is what I could say. But otherwise, we would also have an opportunities, a lot of case studies which are getting discussed at the which are really happening at the B schools. So those kind of a case studies have been discussed, and it's really a good learning experience. The the leaders who are looking out, the individuals who are looking out for the aspiring the positions into the organizations, I think this is a good way, a good start to really learn. And it's all at the weekends is what we have done. I'm not sure about the current ones, but this largely happens for the working professionals on the weekend. So it's a good way. I would recommend this every one of you to really join this course.
Thank you, Kiran. And it's hearing from people like him that Banking Frontiers has agreed to partner. We're not partner with anyone and everyone who's offering any kind of course. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you for enlightening us. Well, we all know now All India Management Association have been tied up with, of course, Banking Frontier. And let's come with some of the more knowledgeable courses happening here. Make the most of it. And let's get going with the third panel for the day. Calling upon esteemed industry expert and leader, Sushil Thakur, Director, EY India, as a moderator. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you, sir, for joining. Now calling upon all the panelists one by one, I'll request Far Gancha, CISO, Geo, BlackRock, AMC to please come on stage. Can we have him on stage as well? Joining is on the panel is Vinod Kumar, CIO, Finno Payments Bank. Can we have him on stage, please? Next is joining us is Rajat Savate, Head Innovation CI. Can we have you on stage, please? A huge round of applause for them. Everyone, can we keep on having a huge round of applause for everybody out here? Next is requesting Abhijit Bhattacharya, Chief Information Officer, Utkarsh Small Finance Bank, to please join us on stage. Calling upon Aditya Kulkarni, Head Business Intelligence Unit, Star Union Life Insurance. Can we have you on stage as well? Requesting and calling upon Satish Dubdhale, Chief Digital Officer, Light Microfinance. Can we have you on stage as well? Joining us on stage is Vikas Dhankar, Chief Technology Officer, Neo Growth Credit. And last but not the least, Anuj Bhargava, Banking Consultant and Strategist, President, IMCI. I request everyone to be there. And can we have a huge round of applause for this super amazing esteemed panelist out here? Yeah, thank you so much. Please be seated and let's get going for another power-loaded panel discussion out here.
Hello. Good afternoon. First of all, let me welcome my esteemed panelists and wonderful audience. Today's topic, I know I have a time limit, so I will not take much time. We are going to talk about the data continuum. We have been witnessing the proliferation of the kind of the data that has been getting generated and the associated regulatory framework. In the context of these two, we have been hearing the term called digital economy and the data economy. Now, how best the data economy will be leveraged for the years and for the generations to come will be dependent on how effectively and how productively the technology is going to get utilized. and within the regulatory aspects and then compliance aspects. So in that context, I will start with some of the questions that we will try to find answer through our esteemed panelists. So give me a second. So my first question is to my first question is to Mr. Rajan Tapte. Now, we have seen in terms of the digital payments, the kind of growth on the digital payment transactions, right? It has been at a CAGR of more than 72%, and over the next 2 to 3 years' time, kind of jumping by leap and beyond. Now, in this context, how do you see the sweet spot for some of the traditional players as well as fintech players to be able to do innovation and then kind of add value to the financial ecosystem?
Thanks for having me on the call. And as you rightly pointed out, post the COVID era, the digital payments have jumped in by leaps and bounds. So that has actually like led to a lot of data history about common person payments, right? That is something we can use to unlock digital payment scores, like credit for people who are new to credit. To give an example, like there are, let's say, there are farmers or there are housewife, and they want to go for a Kisan credit card or for a e-Mudra Yojana, right? So that data can be accessed from from alternative credit scores, like like let's say from the electricity bill payments or like payments made on like e-commerce sites. So using those data stores, people can actually create a digital payment score, and that can be used by banks to do lending underwriting decisions. That is something which is coming up in the current era. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. All right. Thanks, Rajan. So my next question goes to Abhijit. So Abhijit, we have been witnessing India's economy continuing to get digitized at such a rapid pace. That has also translated into the scale and complexity of the data. Now, within the financial sector, what kind of data infrastructure and data management do you believe are necessary for these institutions to effectively handle this kind of service? And how can these investments then be aligned to countries' digital landscape as well as the regulatory environment?
Yes, long question. First of all, honored to be here. Last year, I have a lot of respect the way the banking frontier has been run. Last year, I think, couldn't attend. I'm happy this year they invited me and I couldn't attend. Now, coming back to the question you had, there are two parts. One is the infrastructure and how the new technology stack of India, how it is impacting. Now, this is a problem is facing all the CIOs in the BFSI sector are facing this scalability problem, especially after introduction of UPI and other voluminous transaction level is happening. Uh, this is even we are doing a transaction for even 10 rupees, 5 rupees. So this kind of volume is unseen in Indian banking scenario. It has probably seen in other sectors of the industry like e-commerce and so on and so forth, but in banking, this was not heard of. Uh, Obviously, from the perspective of the data, this kind of iteration has created the volume of data whatever you have, and it is quite established now. Okay, data is going to give you the edge over the. It's not. It's a now core business not only data as a data economic part. Look, in terms of managing scalability, the easy answer for me is more is less. You put more machine, you get more computing power, and you can grow it out. But there is a cost angle to it. I think the ideal answer is you need to look into your business models in order to decide how you're going to structure your data architecture. To give an example, for e-commerce, a recommendation engine is the most critical item because that is the real-time data processing. But while in case of banking, it's very different. The real-time processing may require the fraud, online fraud checks and so on. Whether the banks team do a lot of forensic data or not, whether real-time streaming is required or not. If you, again, for a banking, real-time streaming except fraud, there is hardly any other. So we can choose which portion of the technology you need to use to satisfy your business requirement. If you want to do a lot of forensics, go for a lot of service in server intensive technologies. Only from the infrastructure side, if you look, storage is the cheapest part. In order to add storage, you really don't have to, think much. But how you going to process the data? How you going to make the data distributed in order to get the details out? So that is what the challenge is. The last 2 point over here is what we have seen nowadays in last 5 years. There is a huge surge in data engineering, which is obviously the start data warehouse and everything people started adopting 15, 20 years back. What last 5 years back people started adopting more mass is data analytics. But what is happening now with the data analytics and AI ML coming into the force, people are started looking into the quality of the data. Because if the quality of the data is wrong, then your analytics will not work. Your AI ML models will not work. So there are a lot of emphasis for investment required for the governance part, how to cure the data, how to ensure the data, what I'm getting put into the model is right. And the investment need to happen there because that will going to probably give you a better age and so on and so forth. And last and not the least is the resources. People still have the SQL hangover if you go to the market. So you have to find out resources to understand the new way of working on the data and how to utilize it. One last point on the India stack, what we have. So what we are seeing, at least in our bank and other industry, uh, what banks not used to do it earlier, what is doing now, they are doing a lot of behavioral analysis, which was not happening. Previously, it was mainly reporting or a certain kind of select queries. But the behavioral analysis, looking into a payment pattern, understand what's your next purchase will be, or the next whether you have a loan requirement or not. That had added up a new thing on the overall scheme of things.
Thanks, Abhijit. The question was long. So my next question is to Aditya Kulkarni. The life insurance industry has always been at the forefront of using technology. Now, given the buzzword and the kind of work happening around Gen AI, when do you think will the real use case of Gen AI in the life insurance industry will start getting implemented? And what kind of use cases do you think will facilitate this?
Sure. I think that is one of the favorite questions that usually see now. Gen AI as one of the key ways in which technology is also changing. And let me put it this way that Gen AI presently is giving us that opportunity to actually reimagine and rethink the processes that we had been developing till now. So what it tries to do is, with the way in which it works, it will provide you as a shunt engine to actually do away with processes which were earlier there from the technology bit, and reimagine and redesign these processes to give a better output that is expected. So, in the insurance industry, we know that penetration of insurance to that extent is very low. Uh, what Gen AI use cases, and these are the use cases that we are presently also implementing in our organization. We have started small with respect to comparisons of different documents that are existing uh, in our ecosystems. We have done this across the value chain of the customer, which means at the onboarding stage, at the underwriting stage, at issuance stage, servicing stage, and as well as the moment which is essentially the claims processing. What we are doing at present with these touch points is, uh, can we give our servicing agents, when we talk about servicing use case, can we give them a way in which a chatbot becomes so intelligent that when they are asking a real-time question to the chatbot, the answers are given in a more contextual way, and that essentially helps the quality of conversations between the customers and the servicing agents that we presently are having. At the same time, what is also being looked at is, and rightly said so, that behavioral analytics is something that people are also looking at, and this is a use case that we are also toying around with right now. Is during the time of underwriting, if there is a discussion that is going on between the customer and our executive,
sales executive, and if there are questions with respect to your health, your financial underwriting, all of those in place, how is the customer answering those questions? What kind of twitching is he doing? Whether he is confident in answering those questions, and this is a categorical answer which we are trying to derive from the video and audio bits that we usually capture, and giving it as a feed to our LLM models and getting the output in terms of saying that whether the person is actually faking it or is it a genuine discussion that is happening. So the frontiers are quite broadened now, wherein this kind of a discussion usually would be done with I would say, a person who is more inclined towards reading the psychology of a human. And this is what we are also trying to feed our LLM models at this point in time. From a use case perspective, as I mentioned, we are also trying to look at whether an LLM is the one that will give you the answer, which is a large language model, or whether we should be also looking at SLM. The small language models will also do your bit when you try to do an edge computing, if we have to look at it. Because after a given point in time, once we are through with toying around with the use cases, ROI will come knocking our door. Because as we know, these LLMs typically are the ones which uh, are not inexpensive. These are the tokens that get generated out of LLMs to and fro of these tokens. Typically, the costing for this is quite high at this point in time. And the war that we are seeing with respect to the biggies of the generation, there are open source models which are also coming up big time, which will also help in terms of reducing the overall costs that we see that Gen AI is generating at this point in time. So yeah, I think there are a lot of good things that will come up through Gen AI, and we all are hooked to understanding how these things will also change. One last bit before probably wrapping up the answer for the question. So, why do we see that Gen AI is taking up uh, uh, a bigger mind share of people? And that is because it is giving you that instant gratification. So you uh, put a question to it and it gives you the answer. Typically, when we are trying to compare these technologies of Gen AI versus blockchain, what blockchain would mean is a trust-based ecosystem. And when you want a lot of people to come onto one ecosystem, which is a trust-based, that is the most difficult thing that usually comes up when we want a lot of people to actually be in one ecosystem. Whereas Gen AI gives you the instant gratification, whereas individual is getting the answer, and it is an answer which is till now not he till now that he has not got such kind of contextual answers. That is how Gen AI is speeding up.
Thanks, Aditya. I will take the extension of this question to Satish Dupale. Um, in the context of micro and meso financing, now, how do you see this large language model versus small language model kind of interplay happening, and what kind of debate has been going around as to which kind of model will be more relevant to both?
No, you're going to get an conceptual level, public LLMs have a lot of advantages because public LLMs are being trained on massive amounts of data. They are evolving extremely rapidly, and this Gen AI and AI in general is one of those things which is like the more you use it, the stronger it gets. It's like going to the gym, right? You use your biceps more, you become stronger on your bicep. When you go to a private LLM, you'll typically find that you are training it on a smaller data set, which is probably customized to what you're doing. But the smaller the data set is, it's going to get used much less, it's going to get less data, and it's going to evolve slowly. Right? And if I step back, the reason I want to use a private LLM or a small language model as opposed to a public LLM is there is a lot of enterprise context to my use case, right? Like Abhijit was saying, when I am replying to a customer, right? When I have an agent, chatbot that's replying to a customer, in an insurance vertical, specific to their company, the way they want the answer to go out is going to be different than what we as a lender want to interact with our customer. So at level one, I would want a natural language model which understands what the customer is trying to say. But the reply is going to be very contextualized to what the customers, in what to say, interactions with me have been, what my enterprise's experience responding to customers of this kind have been, and eventually what's my objective? A grievance call, it's a sales call, and the way I respond to it very depends a lot on my organization context. The second part of this is the regulation. If I'm in an e-commerce industry, I am very lightly regulated, but when I'm in a financial services industry, I am regulated very strongly. And the way I have to safeguard my customers' data is very different. Right? The regulatory burden on me is on me as a regulator is very high. So when I put all of these in context, there will obviously be cases where I want to use public LLMs, and there will be places where I want to use a private LLM. In the context of micro and meso financing, when I look at it, right, a lot of micro and meso financing is very localized. And I need an LLM that understands very specific, very local context. That in Gujarat, in this district, at this time, something like this is happening, and hence I need to either stay away from this or here's an opportunity for me. A public LLM is very unlikely to have that kind of specific context, which I have based on, let's say, what I have done in the last 1 month in that market. And I see this playing a larger and larger impact, and this is one of the drivers for us to say that we may need to pick a hybrid approach, where we have a LLM which does a piece of the work, then I throw that whole thing into a model or an agent that is very customized, understands my context, understands how I want to respond to customer or that situation, uh, and eventually what my regulatory constraints are. So, for example, can I actually throw an Aadhaar card to a public LLM to tell me what is the name and the Aadhaar number of the customer? Can I do that in a regulatory environment? I probably can't. So I want to use I want to use potentially a publicly trained LLM, but deploy it for my own private purpose. Uh, so I think that's sort of at a broad level how I think we should be looking at public and private.
Thanks, Satish. I know I think we are running short of time. I will extend the question to because this quantum computing buzzword that's going around, and we've talked about infrastructure data management. How do you see this or how do you see this quantum computing kind of coming and kind of sustaining alongside the data management, data infrastructure that we are talking about?
Thanks for that question. So, quantum computing, right? What it brings to the table is exponential leap in the computational power. And when you have that power, right, you can solve many more complex problems. So it won't be replacing anything, but it could be augmenting, right? And for example, today we are building a lot of AI ML models. It takes say X amount of time to ingest huge amount of data, to train those models, right? Doing the same activity would take significantly lesser time with quantum computing into play, right? Now, while it will help us build these models much faster, solve many complex problems which we couldn't practically solve till date and put it to a practical use, right? But there is a downside also to this, right? And the downside is that with this speed and with this power, uh, the cryptographic algorithms that are in use today, which is used to secure your information transmission across different applications over the network, right? This quantum computing will be able to crack those algorithms and put all those encryptions at rest. So we will have to eventually use the same technology to build the next level of cryptographic algorithms. Uh, and so coming back to your question, it's not a replacement of anything as such, right? But it's augmenting with that significant better computational power.
Thank you. So it's augmentation. My last question is to Anuj. So Anuj, we have been discussing about so many technological advancements and innovations. Now, how does a financial institution get into the prioritization of which technology to pick up, and how to then effectively integrate that into the technological ecosystem to align with the business objectives, as well as taking care of all the regulatory aspects and some data privacy and so on?
Uh, Thanks. So, before I really start, on behalf of the whole panel, like to make a mandatory disclosure that all the views that all of us are expressing here are personal, and they don't really reflect what our organizations feel or believe. Having said that, I'm not going to drop an atom bomb here. Uh, but it's always interesting that we get into so much of manthan, and the theme this year is the data continuum. मतलब कहानी data की है. Whether you started from analog or whether you came to digital, or whether you go to or you had the intermediate stage of physical and other stages, the center point of data is what is important. Right? Earlier, you used to get data as a byproduct of the business. Today, we are saying, अगर समझो तो data कुछ बोलता है. If you are the sum total of what all of us are saying is if you are really listening, the data is telling you something, right? Now, whether it's a regulatory angle to it or whether there is no regulatory angle to it, right? The regulator always chases after the thief has already gone ahead, right? You've seen that the cops always, whether it's the Hindi movie or wherever else in life, the cops and regulation follow a scam or a theft. Life will be no different in the future. I don't anticipate anything to change there. It's only the Sharif people who worry about regulation and everything. The people work around the regulation, and that's the reality of life, right? And that's the atom bomb that I wanted to drop. But if you look at a choice of technology is just an enabler. I think the focus, not just of this conference, but of India has been in the last decade. You saw all the stacks being put up, you saw everything being put up, but the focus has been on data. So you talked about data cleansing, data being pure, data being accurate. Now, data by itself is discrete. By itself, it has no meaning. By itself, it has no meaning. But the minute you associate data with another piece of data, it starts giving meaning to that data itself. So a single couple to a married couple, things change, right? So an atom, when it combines with another atom, it gives you a complete. So we must not forget that it is the data that is driving the business today and not the business which is driving the data. So the cart now, the horse and the cart roles have really changed. We used to say that IT is enabling the business, and then we started saying IT is driving the business. And today we are saying IT actually is all about data. So we've gone back to the right first step in analog where we started collecting data. So my perspective on this is very philosophical, if you like, and that's why I'm a strategist. That we look at data from what it can deliver in terms of business expansion. So when an organization is looking at data, it has got only one objective in mind: how do I expand? How do I grow? And obviously, when I grow, I will not grow at a loss. So it's also looking at meaningful dimensions to data, which is what is profitable for me and what is not profitable for me. What is going to give me lifelong value, and that's why we have lifetime value. We have a lot of these concepts of data which are coming in. But the fact that the same data is shared across economies is where now the Indian continuum is coming. And the world is really lagging behind on this. And that's why Perhaps it's reflecting in our GDP. There is, all these talks about GDP growing. It's because we are managing our data better. An organization, and I think one of us said it in as many words, saying that if you manage your data better, the ROI will follow. The ROI will follow because you are doing your GDP will follow if you manage your organization's data. If you manage your data, the business will expand and will grow. Now comes the piece of regulation. Regulation is the law which is meant to safeguard misuse of the data. However, when regulation tries to police, it fails. And I think that's the difference. Regulators and compliance people sitting here need to understand that regulation is meant not to police but to safeguard. You're so it's like the role of an auditor, right? You're not a, you're not a bloodhound. You are there to protect. And that role is being overstepped by compliance, and that's why this panel here is always worried about compliance. So I think I've answered most of your questions, and I see Manoj getting frantic because there is a lunch waiting and we have two more guys in between.
All right. So thank you for this wonderful conversation. In a sense, and in summary, what we are trying to say is that it depends. It's contextual. So long as it makes business sense, go after. So with that, I thank my esteemed panelists and I thank wonderful audience. And we close this session. Thank you very much.
Huge round of applause for entire panel. Come on. Also, I'll request Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Group Editor, Banking Frontier, please come along and felicitate one another. Your thoughts on the same? My phenomenal one for a little time.
Yeah. So first of all, wonderful panel discussions. Taking the atom example, I was just thinking in my mind. So data is atom, and data is the universe also. I think that's what he said indirectly. I put it in my kind of words. Collection of the data. So it's very unified theory of data that you have presented, which everyone is searching for. So thank you, all panelists, for a wonderful discussion. May I request Dr. Narendra to felicitate all our panelists. May I request for the
First, one by one, I'll request and call upon moderator, captain of the ship, captain of this entire panel, Sushil Thakur, Director EY India, to please come forward and accept the memento. Can we have a huge round of applause? Everyone, come on. Next, I'll request Rajan Kaute, Head Innovation in PCI and BBL. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Next, calling upon Abhijit Bhattacharya, Chief Information Officer, Mr. Small Finance Thank you so much for your insight, sir. And let's get going. Calling upon Aditya Kulkarni, Head the Business Intelligence Units, Star Union, Daiichi Life Insurance. Aditya Kulkarni. Welcome on. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Next is I'll request Satish Dukhdale, Chief Digital Officer, Life Finance, to accept the memento. Requesting Vikas Dhankar, Chief Technology Officer, to please accept the memento. Calling upon Anuj Bhargava, Banking Consultant and Strategist, President IMCI. So thank you for very valuable insights and making us understand how strategic is. Can we have everyone bandwidth for a group picture, please. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a huge round of applause for this super power packed panel out here. Expertise, and thank you for your insight and valuable concept sharing out here. Well, I think our moderator has to be given that 5 star for that because he really managed it very well. Well, the panelists, thank you so much once again. Let's get going now for next side of the segment. The session right now here is gonna be absolutely passionate and vibrant. Okay, no, we are not calling upon someone for another panel discussion. It's gonna be passionate, vibrant because it's a fireside chat. It's gonna be especially fiery. I'll call upon someone who is an industry expert out here, calling upon someone who is responsible for design and execution, for overarching the business strategy of the company, and has been associated with CAM since 2022. A proven business leader with over 25 years of experience and expertise of Pan India. He has expertise in driving digital transformation, establishing best practices, and of course, building institutional capability across area of portfolio health, delinquency management, cost rationalization, and profitability growth. Can we have a huge round of applause for Tejinder Singh, CEO CAMS FinServe? A huge round of applause for him, everyone. Along with Manoj Agarwal, Group Editor, Banking Frontiers, we are really looking forward for an absolutely fiery, vibrant, and a passionate chat out here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. The topic today is loan against a new kind of asset. This is a financial asset that is growing widely in terms of numbers, in terms of customer acceptance, in terms of the returns that it gives to investors, in terms of the value creation for savers, and something that is a global phenomenon. And that asset class, if most of you would have guessed, is mutual funds. Now, loan against mutual funds is something very common. Loan against gold has been there for ages, loan against property has been there, loan against other products, financial and non-financial products. So me and Tejinder are going to talk about loan against against mutual funds. So Tejinder, to begin with, what is the size of these different loan segments?
Yeah.
And asset sizes and the loan segments so that we get a kind of an overview.
Sure. Thank you, Manoj, for first of all having me here. And as Anuj said, you are one of the two people holding the audience from food. I have to make it a little more interesting for you to get a sense. So let's look at the Indian market overall. Indian market, RBI publishes monthly, report of how much lending is happening. So if you look at May number, May total lending to individual segment is about 42 lakh crore. Out of those 42 lakh crore, home loan contributes a large proportion, which is about 20 lakh crore. Then there's the 5 lakh crore of car loans. Unsecured loan, which is a large growing segment, is now already at around 12 lakh crore. Credit cards, again, you have an outstanding book of nearly about 2.5 lakh crore. So what we see is these are segments which have been there and also growing as India grows. But interestingly, mutual fund, loan against mutual fund is only about 7,000 crore. When you have, a product like an asset of last resort for any citizen, in that itself, I'll give some shocking statistics. India has,
Can I have some silence in the room, please, so that please step out if you want to have a conversation. Thank you.
yes, thank you so much. So if you see, India has, by some estimates, close to about 27,000 tons of gold in this country. And out of that, 5,000 tons is already pledged, either pawnbroker or with the NBFC or with the bank. It is close to about 18-20% of asset of last resort physically moved out of its vault or a locker, went to a pawn shop and got pledged. And Indian retail market, they are typical things. We are under invested, under insured, perennially starved for loans. We are always, as a country, we are debt starved. Why are we looking into the situation that gold is getting pledged and a mutual fund book? If we see the number of mutual fund AUM in the country today, at the end of May, it was 58 lakh crore. The way market is growing, it would have already crossed 60 lakh crore. Against that asset pool of 60 lakh crore, why is only 7,000 crore lendings happened on mutual fund? The problem statement, if we define it this way, and then we try and address, where was the model physical or digital? And what is the distribution play in this? So LAMF being a thin margin product, the secured is pegged typically against home loans, where you charge 10%, 10 and 11%. LMF also is about 10%. When you have a 10% kind of product, the distribution margin available to you is only about 0.5%. Doing a 0.5% lending product on a small ticket size is virtually non-profitable for any channel in the physical world. You bring in digital world into this and you do an end-to-end digital journey, you can make a segment available to Indian citizens where they can, without having to redeem their funds. Again, a very critical statistics. Indians redeem 50% of their mutual fund holdings in the first year. 70% gets redeemed in second year. Whether redemption is the right way or keeping your funds invested for long haul and taking loan against it is the right way. So what we believe as an account aggregator, we are just sitting at a seminal moment. It's going to be a disruption where FIUs, entities who want to be a participant in this space, can get citizens to share their holdings data seamlessly. This is consent. Once the consent is available, the lenders can show to the citizen on a daily basis, boss, you are eligible for, if you have, let's say, holding of 20 lakh rupees, for today's valuation, you are eligible for 10 lakh rupees. And as the valuation changes on a daily basis, because there is a recurring data which comes to you, the lender will always be in a position to provide to the citizen a pre-approved amount, an amount that citizen can click and take. That was the game changer India saw on the unsecured side. You know, when bankers move from pre-qualified to pre-approved, you will receive SMSs because you are pre-approved for 50,000 loan and people will avail it. So this pre-approval thing against mutual fund is possible, basis consent, and in a real-time scenario. That's why we definitely believe this is going to be a disruptor. And you take any percentages. I'm not talking on gold loan. You said compared to gold loan. Gold loan, we are sitting at 15-20% of penetration. 60 lakh crore of mutual fund book. Even if you assume 50% of is retail lending, 50% is out of that is, possible for, you can leverage out 15 lakh crore. Even if we convert 10-15% of that, the quantum jump of this 7,000 crore of outstanding mutual fund book can be at least 2 to 3 lakh crore in the next maybe few months, quarters, and years, depending on at how fast pace people build their digital journeys. I'm very happy to share that we have a number of clients who are already in different stages of building these journeys, digital journeys, which can be the disruptive journey for this product to take off.
So this sounds like potentially the fastest growing, fastest potential growth for any growth.
Rightly so, and more importantly, if you see from regulators' perspective, it is also a secured asset.
That makes it
It makes even economy even more resilient. You are not lending unsecured money; you are lending against a secured asset. I am sure regulator will also find it, appropriate for it to be done. It is not taken off because of physical constraints, but with the way UPI revolutionized digital journeys for India and taught even the rural guy can, do make a digital payment. We are looking at that similar moment of digital lending for LM.
So can you quickly touch upon the role of account aggregator and how much of this process can be end-to-end digital?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Actually, account aggregator is a word which means that this is an entity which is playing the role of a consent manager. Account aggregator is an NBFC AA license holder from RBI. There are about 18 of us in the marketplace and about 14 with the operational licenses as well. Now, these account aggregator create journeys where citizen can give consent for transmission of their data from a FIP, which holds the data, to an FIU, which seeks the data. Now, in financial information user is typically a bank or an NBFC or RIA who needs citizen data. For them to get the data and then do any kind of sales or any kind of pitching or solutioning, let's say lending, they the requirement is that the data can move digitally from FIB to FIU. The AA comes as a intermediary layer to document the consent and provide a time stamp of on which date, on what time, for which purpose citizen has given the approval for transferring his data from FIB to FIU. That's a role we play.
Means that as a customer, if I want a loan, I can quickly get a response from 5, 10, 15 different FIUs from lenders, correct? Is that right?
There are the possibilities of platforms being created where RBIS is creating a platform, and Wokin is also creating a platform where multiple account aggregators, FIUs, and FIPs are available on the same platform. Right now, these are individual journeys with each of the FIU and the citizen. So, in case the citizen wants to apply for a loan, or for instance, the thought here is many of us want to see how much is my holding. So we go to applications, provide the details of mutual funds and equity. And at the moment of joy, or maybe every day we will check it. Okay, this is my holding is very static screen. Can I convert that static screen or application into a more active, engaging, showing you have a let's say 20 lakh of mutual fund and 30 lakh of equity. Against those 20 lakh, you are eligible for 10 lakh mutual fund loan now, and against 30 lakh equity, you are eligible for X amount of. And we have seen in the past, the moment the the lending proposition becomes pre-approved and it's not a qualified. We used to have pre-qualified lending in the country. The takeoff becomes 10x. Comparison between a pre-qualified and pre-approved is really 10x. So the same PSM use case, we call it personal finance management use case of account aggregator, can become a entry point for a lending journey of loan against mutual fund.
Okay. How do you see gold loans versus, which are very popular, versus the potential for loan against the mutual fund?
Oh, I mean, see, that's something which I've spent a lot of years in my career on the gold loan side. Uh, uh, a large proportion of Indian lending on gold loan is through a pawnbroker. Some say about 85%. Now, the first thing that aspect of last resort that citizen never want to part. What happens is it gets downsized. You thought you bought 22 carat, the broker will say it is 20 carat. Each carat downsizing is about 4 plus 5%. It's that your haircut you are taking on your lending. Whereas in mutual fund lending, there's no haircut involved. It's regulated.
24 carat mutual fund.
It's absolutely. It's as good as the valuation yesterday, and as per the regulatory requirement, you can give up to that level, and that's the beauty is. So it's more beneficial to citizen. It's easier for citizen to take it, and it is the time product whose time is really come now for it to take off.
That's interesting. I think there's been a lot of conservativeness in the Indian savers that about being attracted to property and gold. And because of that, and because of lack of financial know-how, knowledge, they're not able to invest in equities or mutual funds or other financial products.
Brilliant point, sir. In fact, imagine a 30, 35-year-old individual in India who is a taker for unsecured loan. Somebody who's, let's say, putting in 50,000 rupees every year is saving. He's built up a portfolio of, let's say, 5 lakh rupees over 5 10 years. Now he is looking for a home purchase and he wants to make a down payment. Typically, they would either sell off their holdings, liquidate their investments, make a down payment, and go for home loan. Whereas you can, against the same collateral, take a loan against mutual fund, use and continue to ride the growth of Indian story of the way your investments are growing, and it's a win-win.
So, loan against mutual fund सही है.
Absolutely, undoubtedly, सही है उसका time यही है.
Time यही है. On that note, thank you so much,
Thank you so
Tejinder.
much.
Thank you very much. I request a token of a memento to thank Tejinder.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tejinder Singh. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Everyone. And now it's the time for another segment, which is one of the most anticipated and challenging segments. But before we move ahead, Technoviti jury felicitation and revealing of Technoviti Finnoviti, let's get going with that. We are extremely honored, thrilled to cover the prestigious jury felicitation ceremony right now, where it's the time to recognize the contributor of our esteemed panel of experts. These individuals have made a significant strides in their respective field, right from technology to innovation. Well, let's start covering them one by one. I'll request and call upon all the juries out here. Vamsi Ithamraju, CTO, Axis Mutual Fund. Can we have you on stage, please? A huge round of applause for them. For every jury, I want a huge round of applause because they are industry expert, truly dedicated their time for this one, of course. Next is I'll call upon Kapil Cheswal, Director Research InfoSec and AI ML and Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Calling and requesting to join us on stage as Anuj Bhargava, Banking Consultant and Strategist President, IMCI. Can we have you as well on the stage, please? If Anuj Bhargava, if you're around, please join us on stage. Yeah, okay. Let's get going with the unveiling as well. It is in time, it's a time anticipated a long time ago, and now it's the time. Raise it up, ladies and gentlemen. Hear it up for unveiling of the phenomenal and one of the best technology compendium out here. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen. This prestigious thing has been done by our jury members out here. We're very, very glad, thrilled, excited for this one. Let's get going. Wow, super amazing. And this calls for the Technoviti Compendium to be unveiled by our esteemed jury members. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A very, very congratulations. This is an amazing, I think, a gesture wherein we have super phenomenal, great books, and we want you to choose one of them.
So we are asking our jury members, we are helping our jury members become more knowledgeable and wiser.
And if something you've
And
already read about,
please
let us know.
choose whatever interests you, whichever one. And the request is to write a book review, share with everyone who's a reader. So whichever looks good to you. Good
Fabulous.
choices,
Wow.
good choices. Thank
You
very
you
much.
have chosen 0 to 1. Looks good. Quite a growth and upscalable. And yes, yes, this is why we are here for 0 to 1. And of course, I
This
have
choice is
super
the wit and wisdom of Sri Ratan Tata.
Ratan Tata, of course. We
That's
want
it.
to
Taking a
Fabulous.
leap, quantum leap. Okay, we'll
Lovely.
do the
I'll
awards
request you
function
to
now.
be on the stage to felicitate our awardees because this is a time. Let's brace it ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. It is Technoviti 2024 award ceremony. Well, now it's the time when let's gear it up for one of the most spectacular amazing awards. We really want to acknowledge all the effort, the dedication, the devotion, and the determination you all have shown in the field of innovation. Let's get going for the first award. And innovation name is the category I will say is compliance Remo, and the organization which it goes to is Aparjita Corporate Services. Can we have a huge round of applause? We had a lot of nominees, but we have selected a few of them, and these are the ones who have showed utmost amount of dedication. We have Aparjita Corporate Services and team. I'll request you to please come and collect the award. They are not around. We can go ahead with the next award is Outback Enterprise Zero Trust IDAM, and that goes to Outback Technology. Do we have someone from them? We have. Okay, fabulous. A huge round of applause for them. Very congratulations to you and the entire team. The anticipated moment has come, ladies and gentlemen. If you're there around, please leave it to celebrate the exceptional dedication and determination that have been showed by winners out here on track technology. A very, very congratulations. A huge round of applause. Everyone, can we have a huge round of applause for the expertise out there? Come on, everyone. And next, I'll call upon the pre-approved loan against mutual fund. That category, and that goes to Camp Sprint Serve. Can we have a huge round of applause? Requested by Jinder Singh to please come and collect the award. Oh, very, very congratulations. Super dynamic personality already, and Camp Sprint Serve definitely well-deserved award. A huge round of applause. Everyone, come on. we being the daily SIP on UPI Auto Pay? Well, that again, ladies and gentlemen, goes to another expertise. It is CAMSPay. Can we have someone from CAMSPay collecting the award? CAMSPay, daily SIP on Auto Pay. If you're around, please do collect the award. Let's get CAMSPay. So we'll initiate that, you only take the award. Well, congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Well, on that note, let's get going for the next award category. And easy loan originating system, and that goes to CH Technology. Can we have a hugest round of applause? CH Technology and team, I'll request you to please come and collect the award. Lens Easy LOS from Easy.ai and a phenomenal award goes to C Edge Technologies. Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? Well, then, very congratulations to the entire team, and of course, the next innovation name is Growth Accelerating Loan Originating Solution. Go originate, and that goes to Creativity. Can we have a huge round of applause for Creativity? And I'll request someone from Creativity team to please come and collect the award. Growth Accelerating Loan Originating Solution. Go originate. Creativity. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Come on, let's get going. And next innovation that comes up, the segment is Ebix Collection PCP, and that goes to Ebix Cash Financial Technologies. Ebix Cash Financial Technology, a very, very congratulations to you and the entire team. Fabulous entire team. Can we have all of them on the center stage joining us? A very, very congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Yeah, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए Big Financial Technologies. Very, very congratulations. Next technology innovation, Decision.easy, zero code business rule engine that goes to Epic Indifi Software and Solutions. Very congratulations to you and entire team. Indifi Software and Solutions. Decision.easy zero code business rule engine. Very, very congratulations. Next award goes to IDBI in Tech for Islands Innovation. Can we have a huge round of applause for IDBI in Tech, the entire dynamic team for Islands Innovation. Very well done, team. Well, congratulations, the entire IDBI in Tech team for Islands. What an innovation, I must say. Let's get going with another category. Innovation. Next, being I Secure Net Solution for Triple X. Can we have a huge round of applause for I Secure Net Solutions for the innovation Triple I Secure Net Solutions for Triple X, and very, very congratulations to the entire team. The next innovation is DNS AM trap, and that again goes to iSecure Net Solution. Once again, calling upon iSecure Net Solution for the innovation DNS AM trap. And let's get going. And the next award is Excite Technology for CKYC PM coupled with intelligence automated workflow. I Excite Technologies CKYC. That reflects speed and coupled with intelligent automated workflow. What a dynamic team, I must say. Fabulous. A very congratulations to the entire team. Well, let's get going. Can we have a huge round of applause for a super amazing team like that? A very, very congratulations. One more award for the next innovation to Excite Technology AML Comply. Once again, the next award also goes to AML Comply Innovation. One more award, a very, very congratulations. Double blockbuster congratulations to the entire team of Excite Technology. Let's get going now. The next innovation is goes to and awarded to Chiva Business Ventures for Upshore. Can we have a huge round of applause for Chiva Business Ventures Upshore? Well, we have Chiva Business Ventures team coming up on the stage for innovation offshore. Can we have a huge round of applause for the entire team of Jiva Business Centers? So very congratulations. Next, calling upon the innovation to this branch operation platform, and that of course goes towards India Business Automation. Can we have you on stage? The entire team. The Chorus India Business Automation or Chorus Branch Operation Platform KBOP. Very, very congratulations. The next innovation that we would like to felicitate and acknowledge is the plot risk management system, and that goes to Maximus Infoware India. Maximus Infoware India fraud risk management system. Very, very congratulations to the team, and I'll request them to please come on stage. CT Awards. Well, Team Maximus, we really want you to stay on stage because the another award for the next innovation that you have made is agent-based monitoring, and that also goes to Maximus Infoware India. Agent-based monitoring, a very, very congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause? Come on, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, Maximus Infoware Award in for the two dynamic innovation. Next award goes to Neocred Technology for the Innovation Collect Bot. Well, I request Neocred Technology team to please come and receive you all a very, very congratulations, Neocred Technology, for the innovation. Collect Bot. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Come on. Neocred Technology Collect Bot. And also, we would like you to stay here ahead because the next innovation award also goes to Neocred Technology for Profilex. Can we have a huge round once again? A huge super duper congratulations. Everyone, can we have some talia yaar? Come on, let's praise and these are the inspiring journey and innovations that they have created. Let's create the moment to celebrate with them. Next innovation is Evoke Payment Platform as a service, and that goes to Network People Service Technologies. Network People Service Technologies or the innovation Evoke Payment Platform as a service. Well, many congratulations, and can we have a huge round of applause for Network People Service Technology, your payment platform as a service. This is the super phenomenal innovation they have come up with. Next is award we calling upon on stage is Way Network Services for Guyana SCF ecosystem. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Way Network Services for Guyana SCF ecosystem. Very, very congratulations and a huge round of applause for the winners out here, the awardees. Next, I'll request and call upon for XBIX Tech Ventures for the award of Secure Nexus ID GRC solution. XBIX Tech Ventures Secure Nexus IT GRC solution. Very, very congratulations to you. I request them to please be on stage because the next award also belongs to you. It is in the Innovation DG Drive DMS. A huge round of applause for them. A very, very congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause for the awardee X-Biscuit Ventures? Two dynamic and robust inventions out here. Next category, of course, it goes to Brunet Systems, Blue Smart Maps TM Business Journey Observability. Can we have a hugest round of applause for the entire team for super amazing blockbuster innovation? Brunet Systems, a very, very congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, everyone? The Zorda Talia ho jaye for Brunet Systems for such a dynamic innovation out there. And next award goes to UB for the innovation risk. We have someone from the team. I'll request them to please come on stage. Well, very congratulations. Can we have a huge round of applause for UB for the innovation risk? We have two awards to be given, and the next awardee is Aparjita Corporate Services for Innovation Simpliance Remo. Is he around? Aparjita Corporate Services for Innovation Simpliance Remo. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, everyone? Very congratulations. Super amazing and super dedicated innovation compliance memo. Well, let's get going. And the last but not the least, once again, I'll request and call upon CAMS Pay for daily SIP on UPI Auto Pay. Can we have them on stage, please? Come on, a huge round of applause for CAMSPay, JLSIP, or UPI AutoPay. Lastly, let's have a huge round of applause for all the winners, all the jury, all the hard work, all the devotion, and all the innovation. Technoviti 2024 award it is. I request now all the jury members to please take a picture. And I think, can we have after this all the awardees with the awards as well? First, 2 minutes. Requesting all the awardees also to please join us on stage with the awards, along with the jury for a group picture. One person from each team with the award. One person from each team. One person, one trophy. One person, one trophy का नारा लगाते हुए. If we have two trophies, then of course we can, like, same organization, we can have two people. You have one more award, right? So you can get that for the next innovation. You have it, right? Super amazing, and looks like this is a galaxy of stars right now, all out with the trophies. Everyone with the dynamic smile, come on. Woohoo! A huge round of applause to each one of you. Super amazing, super exciting, and super well deserving people out here creating some significant master strokes in the field of innovation. So congratulations. All the congratulations to all the dynamic ladies as well, all the gentlemen. Thank you so much. And of course, now we head for a lunch break, quick lunch break. We'll be back in the next 30 minutes. Quick lunch break, and then I shall see you back by 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
सेशन है अभी एंड हाँ ठीक है
Once again, calling upon everybody who's outside to please join us over here. We are commencing for the next segment. Let's get going, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Banking Frontiers Finnoviti 2024. Well, let's get going right now. The 13th Finnoviti Conclave and Awards 2024 is a premier gathering designed to empower financial institutions in navigating this absolutely dynamic landscape. Well, Gartner predicts that 60% of financial institutes powered by financial inclusion solutions will definitely be by 2025, highlighting the crucial role of technology in driving inclusive finance. Let's get going. The industry leaders are all here to share their expertise, and we have one more industry leader joining us on stage. I shall now call him upon for the next presentation and overview of Finnoviti 2024 by Deloitte India by Monish Shah, Partner Consulting Deloitte India. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Shah, please?
With Finnoviti right from the inception, and it's always been a great experience to see some of the innovations. uh, 65 financial institutions, and it has been fairly well represented across, banks, insurance companies, asset management companies, small finance banks, some of the other fintechs as well. So I think that again, it's a great testimony to the platform which Finnoviti has sort of developed into. The process of the award is something that we will talk about that in the evening, just before we give the award, and obviously thank the jury and everybody who's been sort of associated with the process. But very quickly, on the innovation side, the classification is that we've seen a lot of innovation which continue to happen on the automation side, and the customer friction, as we know, is the highest on the process part of the entire value proposition. So there has been a continued focus on process innovation. Again, a lot of innovations around products and services, And while we believe that product innovation is something which cannot give you a sustainable growth, but we've seen that leading financial institutions spend a lot of time on developing products and services and making them relevant for their customers. What we to see as a trend is something that I'll cover in a bit. Customer experience again remains at the forefront, as does people innovation partnerships, a few ecosystem partnerships that we're seeing. Again, a lot of innovations around financial inclusions and then marketing and branding as well. I think I'm just going to skip the slide in interest, right? So you look at it from readiness from all stakeholders, right? So financial services players started to getting bigger and put a lot of money on the table on the innovation side. So that is the supply side of it. The demand side of it, that we know that customers are hungry. Convergence is sort of bringing in the best practices from other industries like retail, telecom, for example, into financial services. So there is the demand side of that as well. And then the third part is that the other stakeholders, which is the regulator, for example. So that has been pushing the envelope a lot on improving the customer services, reducing friction, improving efficiencies, bringing down cost, while keeping the cost of compliance as high. So all these perfect conditions are likely to continue to push the what I'm calling as the innovation frontier. Uh, on the other side, from a macroeconomic perspective, India is getting younger. I mean, average age is 29 years. We're going to hold this advantage for the foreseeable future. 20% of the young working population is going to be in India. So that's going to put a lot of focus on the way financial services are going to get structured, serviced in the industry. Uh, Close to about 5 crore people are going to hit the employment cycle in the next 3 to 5 years. And the way they are going to buy financial services and interact with the traditional brick and mortar guys is going to be very, very different. So that calls for a lot of innovation which will happen in this space. And we believe that that again is going to give a lot of impetus to the innovation. So this is a slide which actually I've used in some of the previous presentations as well. And what I call is the innovation curve, which the Finnoviti is sort of representing. So it sort of shows that the innovation curve year after year is getting pushed to look at newer use cases, leverage better technologies, and obviously better scale and bigger results as well. Uh, just when we did the last time, we believe that CBDC is going to see a lot of use cases, as is digital identity, given the fact that fraud and is a big moment of truth. This year's results, as we'll see later in the day, actually does bear out with the fact that CBDC pilots are actually identified as the front-running innovation, as is digital identity as well. What we're predicting is that next year we will see a lot more use cases leveraging generative AI, and I think that that is going to be absolute game changer in just about any of the use cases that you speak. Most of the conversations that we are having right now in financial services industry have embedded generative AI as well as one of the main fulcrum of innovation, change, scale, and so on and so forth. So we will see a fair degree of innovation leveraging Gen AI in the next coming 12 to 18 months. These are likely to be around engagement, and this will go to the next level in the sense that to his particular taste based on where is he located at the moment of time, leveraging his preference and making then it more relevant as well, right? So that I think is going to get much in the next coming years. Fraud assessment and detection, I think that the compliance is going to be at the top of the mind for the regulator. We'll see this pushing the agenda. Customer protection is extremely high on the agenda of the regulator, which then down to the bank, and that's how we'll see a fair bit of investments in into the fraud assessment and detection space. And then last but is around this innovation curve, documenting the innovation as it is happening, and then in their own way contributing to the innovation further as well. Just a short guideline on what we recommend as innovation. And again, the short summary of the slide is that from an innovation perspective, generative AI use case perspective, think big. Let us take so sleep at night. So that's the big big rock which we want the Gen AI to use. And that can change the point of reference and business case as well for a lot of people. So machine learning and the human feel and human touch which comes together from a Gen AI perspective. We are saying that you could possibly start slow in the sense that start small, have a POC which is slightly controlled, and the last bit is that act fast, scale up first, right? So do think big, do small POCs, see early success. There will be multiple rollouts of those versions happening, and that's when you really, the snowball will get bigger and bigger, and then that's what will generate value as well. I think the last slide, and this basically talks about, we ran a survey, um, industry survey sometime back, and what the survey is saying, uh, we will see a lot of investments going into the technology space, and some of the areas where we're seeing the innovation, investments going in, and this is where we believe the innovations will sort of, take shape in the areas of analytics and data science. Shift to cloud again is a big focus area. So, any banks are having legacy systems. All of them are trying to look at the core modernization, trying to borrow the core. And what that the core will be used basically only for as a transaction engine, but then you need to build all the other ecosystem around it, and that's where the large is going to get repeated in India as well over the next 12 to 24 months or so. Cyber security again remains the top priority.
I'm sure each of you personally and professionally understand the challenge that is thrown up by the rising amount of fraud, the rising variety of financial system, particularly the banking system. Which does not mean that the other sectors are risk-free, because the fraudsters will look for any opportunity where they can siphon off. So what I'm going to do, so we have three Manishes just to make sure that you are not confused. We have Manish Jain, Manish Madhyam, and Manish Agarwal. Okay. Even I may get confused. So if I do, then please correct me. I've just had lunch. Battery fully not charged. May take some time. Um, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to dive in depth for maybe 5 to 7 minutes on some particular order. But who would like to be the opening batsman here? Anyone? Opening batsman type? Sanjeev?
Yes, yes. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So good. In fact, I got a chance to start, but as we all know that with the current digital environment with which we are operating, lot of digital transactions, online communications, virtual interactions, it rise to a fertile land for the criminals to operate and do a lot of fraudulent activities. So when it comes to a lot of times, people give into the greed of making quick money, and that kind of hits you big. So kind of assess that you are doing a risky transaction, hurdles which will tell you that this is a risky transaction. You